Senhoras e senhores, sejam todos muito
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. A special acknowledgement to all of the present authorities. My name is Luis Gustavo. I'm project coordinator at the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. I will be your master of ceremonies. It is indeed a pleasure to receive you at the 21st edition of the International Security Conference of Forte.
há 2 décadas, a conferência
2 decades ago, for 2 decades actually, we have been promoting high-level conferences gathering representatives from the armed forces, civil society, and academia. We are gathered here today to analyze and propose solutions for the challenges that the international community is currently facing, navigating global insecurity. Organized by the Konrad Adenauer Foundation in Brazil in partnership with the Brazilian Center for International Relations and the European Delegation at Brazil, this is the biggest permanent dialogue forum that is not official for national defense in Latin America. We also have the institutional support of the Institute for Development and Management that is responsible for managing the museum. I would like to invite up to the stage the founder and president of the Institute of Development and Management, Mr. Ricardo Piquet.
Bom dia.
Good morning, all. I would like to formally greet all those present in the name of Giuseppe Borges, Julia Leite, the main organizer of all of these events. I'm part of the same council. Mr. Maximilian Hendrich, director of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. Ms. Marian Schugraf, our dear ambassador, the ambassador of the European Union to Brazil. And I would also like to greet two of my longtime friends and mentors, Joaquim Falcão, also from SEBRI. According to some, he is an immortal part of the Brazilian Academy. It's a pleasure to share this space with so many longtime friends and cause colleagues. I am here because of a great cause. I've been leading Museu da Manhã since its inauguration. This museum belongs to the people of Rio. It has been managed by the IDG, the institute that we founded back in Recife and brought here to Rio de Janeiro. It's a house that is made for conversations, for meetings, for debates. It's meant to tackle good causes with this idea of building better tomorrows. Within the perspective of this space, we also have this idea of having a museum that thinks about the future. And it is also a museum that's focused on science. And of course, science is about presenting the past, debating the present, and also think about possible futures that will be desirable for all of us. We have two main ethical pillars here. The sustainability pillars and the coexistence between all of us. That is why we have nature represented here. It is something that for sure has a lot to do with the museum's values, and thank you so much for bringing all of the representatives here. It is the second time that this event takes place here in the Museum of Tomorrow, which is a place to discuss the tomorrows that we want. It is a pleasure to receive representatives from government, armed forces, and civil society to discuss extremely relevant subjects. Of course, coexistence is the running theme. We have been facing great conflicts as humanity, be it for intolerance or conflicting economic desires. But I believe that people of good faith need to gather to discuss peaceful paths forward. That is why we believe that the Museum of Tomorrow will be fertile ground in order to discuss these ideas so that these ideas can reverberate in a positive manner for the future. Have a great event. Thank you so much. In the name of the organizers, thank you so much for receiving our conference. It is a place that for sure is about the future and sustainability, which is part of the values of the three organizing organizations. We also have the institutional support of the G20 Summit. Thank you so much for the partnership. We will now open institutionally. I have the pleasure of inviting up to the stage the director of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation in Brazil, Mr. Maximilian Hedrich. Thank you so much, Luis. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to formally greet the authorities present. Minister José Lucio Monteiro, the Federal Deputy Representative from Germany, members of our diplomatic committee here, our illustrious speakers, as well as all of the participants here present, both here and online. Welcome to the 21st International Security Conference Forte. We will discuss current issues that relate to security that can impact our future. And the best place to do it is here, the Museum of Tomorrow in Rio. Thank you so much to the representatives of the museum for hosting us now for the second time. Thank you to the G20 committee, and thank you to the City Hall of Rio de Janeiro. We'd also like to thank the teams of our organizers, our partners, the delegation of the European Union and of SEBRI. I also have to mention the thankfulness that I have for my own team. It is a privilege to work with you. The Konrad Adenauer Foundation is celebrating its 54th anniversary here in Brazil. Our goal is to improve transatlantic relations. We're here to foster a dialogue between Brazil, the South Atlantic, Germany, the European Union, and the North Atlantic region. Since its beginning in 2004, the conference grew from a closed meeting limited by the walls of the Copacabana Fort to one of the biggest international conferences in Latin America. Brazil has kept up with that growth, both in scale and complexity. This year, the whole world is looking towards Brazil. Thousands of decision makers, advisors, and more will accompany the heads of state to the G20 summit here in this wonderful city. This is a time that is increasingly complex, and we're very happy to meet at this stage and receive representatives from Brazil, Germany, Argentina, Slovakia, Estonia, Portugal, and Romania, as well as from South Africa, countries that will host the G20 soon. Here we begin dialogue between the hemispheres. This dialogue is even more important in times of conflict. We could focus for the third time on the aggression between Russia and Ukraine, but the number of conflicts continues to rise. The Hamas attack on Israel will turn 1 year old soon. Criminal factions and criminal organizations threaten states and add an internal issue to an external one, which is detrimental not just for the security of countries, but for many other aspects. This International Security Conference acknowledges the need for understanding the theme of security at different thresholds. The 4 panels of this year demonstrates this multiplicity. In the first panel, we will discuss perspectives for multilateralism, multilateral institutions have applied rules to the post-war rules and installed dialogue in a bipolar world. The Russia-Ukraine war broke the global order very clearly. As the aggressor and a member of the Permanent Security Council at the UN, mutual understanding becomes almost impossible, as it does not represent the actual guidelines of the 21st century, excluding actors like Brazil, India, Japan, and Germany. In the second panel, we will focus on transnational actors. Organized crime causes migratory flows, and it has an environmental impact, as well as a source of funding for criminal groups. They are becoming more professional, and they harness international trade for their own ends. In particular, in Latin America, narco-traffic is a parallel state, and it challenges the official authorities, decreasing public safety and having a collateral impact to national and international security. In the third panel, we would talk about a very global theme. Climate change does not just affect regions and countries, but also humanity as a whole. As we saw in the tragic floods that devastated the state of Rio Grande do Sul and the south of Brazil, there is a nexus between natural disasters, economy, and security. There we saw high rates of various crimes with various degrees of gravity. With the increase in these disasters, access to water, fertile ground, and energy sources have become an issue. In the fourth and last panel, we will go back to the traditional understanding of security. We will examine the current geopolitical tensions present in the world today. The three previous panels will converge with the growing global instability, and that way we can see a trench-based war and the application of sophisticated technology in an increasingly complex battleground, as well as the increase in hostility. Disinformation is on the rise. There is hybrid combat, and non-state actors, they are also having an effect. For sure, I could not but finish this lecture without a more optimistic remark. I'm very happy to be received here. Brazil received me with open arms 9 months ago. We are all rising on the same tide, and we can only solve our issues together. The sea is troubled, but this meeting should help us find the way to calmer tides. I wish you all a great conference. Thank you so much.
Agora eu gostaria de convidar ao palco o presidente do Conselho Curador do
The president of the Board of Trustees of the Brazilian Center for International Relations, SEBRI. Please, we welcome you to the stage, Mr. José Pio Borges.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all in the name of SEBRI, the Brazilian Center for International Relations. Welcome to the 21st edition of the International Security Conference. SEBRI is one of the main think tanks of Latin America in terms of international relations. It contributes to the formulation of public policy and essential issues, such as the digital transformation, multilateralism, climate, and energy. We have had the chance to be part of the G20 activities this year. Of course, co-led by Alexandre Guzmão's team, and to take part of the engagement group of the T20 think tanks. Among the priority themes of SEBRI is the agenda of security and defense, and of course, its interconnections. And among these are the main global challenges we see today. With this agenda, SEBRI aims to promote a critical analysis and frank discussion on the main global challenges. As part of that mission, since 2003 actually, SEBRI, in partnership with Konrad Adenauer Foundation and with the European Union delegation in Brazil, have been working in close partnership in order to organize this conference, the biggest international security event in Latin America. I would like to greet my friend Maximilian, the director of CAS, the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, and the ambassador of the European Union to Brazil, Marian Schugraf, for this extremely relevant partnership. I would also like to formally acknowledge the authorities present, among those our Minister of Defense, José Múcio Monteiro. The conference has traditionally counted on high-level contributions, and it has become a space for dialogue between South America and Europe on these themes. Through it, we aim to strengthen cooperations between the countries in these two regions, based on a plural space that is completely open for dialogue. This year's conference is especially timely. The international stage finds itself at a critical moment with an escalation of armed conflict and the erosion of multilateral activities, especially in international law. Interstate conflicts add to the fragmentation of the international system and to climate change, contributing to an environment of uncertainty. The strengthening of organized crime, especially transnational ones and criminal groups, is a piece of that overview of risks which threatens the integrity of states. Their activities weakens the political structures of nations, of course, at the global level. These phenomena puts pressure on the capacity of the states to provide responses and creates a scenario of interconnected challenges. The theme of this year's conference, the Forte conference, is No Way Out, Navigating Global Insecurity. And this theme reflects the high level of complexity of these threats, as well as the urgency that we need to have in seeking collective and multi-sectorial solutions. Under that aegis, G20 aims to be a crucial platform for cooperation, and this year's summit in Rio de Janeiro will be a key opportunity for leaders from the largest economies in the world to discuss solutions for global tensions together. It is up to us to seek paths forward and possible responses to navigate this scenario, adopting a constant search for peace and stability as common goals to be sought. I like to assert the importance of this initiative to SEBRI, which for over 2 decades has been establishing partnerships like the one with the Konrad Adenauer Foundation and with the European Union in Brazil. Have a great conference.
Now I'd like to invite on stage, please, the Ambassador of the European Union to Brazil, Ms. Marian Schugraf.
Minister, Excellencies, moderators, panelists, distinguished guests, and friends. It's both an honor and a privilege to open the 21st Forte International Security Conference here in Rio, the G20 capital. As we meet today in this beautiful Museo de Amanhã, the world's attention is focused on the Hangar in New York, where the Summit of the Future just ended with an ambitious pact for the future. This pact underlines both the importance to address the new challenges and chances ahead of us and the need to address them jointly. It sends an encouraging signal for reinvigorated multilateralism, yet we need more of that. I would like to draw your attention today to this enlarged notion of security or unconventional security and the potential regional and global impact we, Brazil, Latin America and the Caribbean, and Europe can have if we join hands in that. First, we share a strong belief in human rights. At the 56th session of the Human Rights Council in Geneva, Brazil, for example, aligned with the EU on more than 95% of all agenda items. This shows as well in the unwavering support of the European Union for Brazil's main G20 deliverable, the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. Trade contributes significantly to reducing poverty the world over, as Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the head of the WTO, points out. From 36% to 14%, poverty rates fell in low and middle income countries roughly over the past 2 decades, even without counting the rise of China, just through increased trade. Yet here we see globally more protectionism and at the same time the international financial architecture in a dismal state. So, isn't it the time now to lead by example and conclude the EU-Mercosur agreement? Second, we share a strong belief in the United Nations and its charter. In 2022, the EU and member states contributions to accounted for a third of the UN's budget. Together, the European Union and Latin American and Caribbean countries represent over 30% of UN member states. Our belief and influence in the United Nations allows us to develop and shape international decisions with global impact. Let's be more ambitious in that undertaking. Re-elected Commission President Ursula von der Leyen just outlined in her political guidelines for the next 5 years her emphasis on defense and security. For the very first time, a Commissioner for Defense and Space will work on a European Defense Union. Also, the future new High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Kaja Kallas, will place security at the heart of the EU's Action Service. This includes newer threats, such as cyber and hybrid attacks, threats to democracy through disinformation and manipulation, or state control through artificial intelligence. Third, and this is just in these areas of democracy defense where we have a shared interest in bringing forward regional and global approaches. I'm confident that based on the shared experiences we have, shaping those answers together can not only strengthen our partnership, but even more so, incentivize strong and modern democracies in the global context. We should join hands in developing visions on what kind of future societies we want, the generative role of AI, what will be the future of labor. To avoid social unrest and disruption, we will have to achieve consensus on these issues within our societies and among countries. The sooner we start to jointly look to these newer security challenges of the future, the stronger we will emerge from that. Ladies and gentlemen, I really look forward to insightful discussions today. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado pelas palavras dos.
Thank you so much for the words of our representatives. We'll start the opening panel of our conference. This is a guideline of the discussions of our conference. This is a bilateral, bi-regional discussion uniting Europe and Latin America to explore important topics. We will have the guidelines for all four panels of today's conference. I will invite Dr. Ambassador Marcelo Loureiro to deliver the keynote speech of our conference. With a special salute to the Minister of Defense of Brazil, Dr. José Múcio Monteiro. Now I'd like to invite the Secretary for International Affairs of Argentina, Juan Bataleme. I would like also to invite on stage the Director of the European Service for Dr. Mr. Cosmin Dobrin from the European Union. Thank you. I wish you all a great panel. Madam Ambassador, I do invite you to deliver your keynote speech. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Ambassador Shugraf, European Union Ambassador to Brazil, José Pio Borges, Julia Leite from SEBRI for organizing this event and the invitation to participate. I'd like to salute Minister of Defense, José Múcio Monteiro Filho, who generously has agreed to be with us today, sharing information and reflections. I would like also to acknowledge Professor Juan Bataleme, Secretary of International Affairs and Defense of the Ministry of Defense and Art of Argentina, and Mr. Cosmin Dobrin, Director for Peace, Partnership, and Crisis Management of European External Action Service of the European Union. They came from Brussels and Buenos Aires, respectively, to enrich our debate. Welcome to Brazil and Rio de Janeiro. And the conference, in its 20 years of existence as a forum that brings together diplomats, military officers, researchers from Latin America and Europe, has become a benchmark for international affairs, a benchmark on account of its debates, the debates that fosters on the main challenges of the current age, international security, based on different points of view and different perspectives, national and regional alike. And that is, again, the leitmotif of the current edition that has taken place under the Brazilian presidency of the G20, and it brings us an opportunity to analyze these challenges to international security within a context that's quite broad, and that goes beyond aspects of defense and geopolitics and their most traditional conceptions. This panel particularly challenges to insecurity in a world in disaggregation harks back to one of Brazil's priorities under the purview of its presidency of the G20, which is the need for reform of global governance in order to equate the main challenges at the international level, among which we have peace and security. Brazil has played a key role at the presidency of the Peace Building Commission in New York. It advocates that the question of international security must be tackled in an integral fashion, taking into account the interdependence between security and development. It's a two-way street. In other words, in the Brazilian view, peace, security, and development need to walk hand in hand, and we must tackle the underlying causes of conflicts, and through international cooperation and the building of effective institutions, we will be able to build more inclusive and peaceful societies. And that is the position that Brazil advocates in the various international fora in which it participates. I'd like to make some remarks before passing the floor to our panelists. Words from the Chancellor, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Brazil, and we had a master class actually, by Ambassador Mauro Vieira at Itamaraty, our Foreign Affairs Ministry. He referred to the world as a world of disorder, protectionism, deforestation, xenophobia, deterioration of peace, racism. It's a multiplicity, in his words, of fractures and crises. And on the occasion of his masterclass, he mentioned, and I'm quoting him, the importance of the ability to establish a dialogue and the willingness to study these issues and to have creativity and to have a strong feeling of our roots. And that was the message that he conveyed to the graduates of the Itamaraty Foreign Affairs Institute. It seems to me that the Forte conference is entirely in sync with the spirit of a dialogue, of an open dialogue, seeking solutions and new ways ahead. To start our panel, our keynote speaker, Minister José Múcio Monteiro Filho. He is well versed in international relations. He is an expert in the field. He is an engineer from the University of Pernambuco. His long political career, be it in the legislative or in the executive branches, due to the positions he has held. He was congressman for the state of Pernambuco, and he was also state minister for international institutions of the Presidency of the Republic from 2007 to 2009, and he acted later as the member and president of the Accounts Court of the Republic, and now he's back in the federal government starting in January 2023 under a new mission as the head of the Ministry of Defense. He has held military actions of high caliber and complexity, such as support to Rio Grande do Sul state during the recent floods, the combating, for example, fires in the many regions of Brazil, and in operations coming back in peace, which rescued Brazilian citizens at risk in the Gaza Strip in coordination with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I will now give the floor to José Múcio Monteiro Filho, the Brazilian minister. José Múcio Monteiro. Good morning, all. I would like to extend a warm salute to all the Brazilian and foreign officials present at the 21st Forte International Security Conference. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to the Ambassador of the European Union to Brazil, Marian Shukov, the Secretary of the Brazilian Communities and Consular Affairs, and the Secretary for International Affairs of Defense of the Ministry of Defense of Argentina, Juan Bataleme, and the Director for Peace, Partnerships and Crisis Management of the European External Action Service in Brussels, Cosmin Dobran, the President of the Curator Council of Brazilian International Affairs, José Pio, the Director of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation in Brazil, Maximilian Hendrick, and a warm salute and a very affectionate salute to Fernando Azevedo Silva, who's with us. There are two great leaders from my dear home state of Pernambuco, Falcão and Piquet, and my dear friend, Congressman Julio Lopes, representing on this occasion the Brazilian Congress. By following up on the global evolution at the current age, my dear ladies and gentlemen, it is evident that the world is going through deep, rooted changes with their ripple effects in regional stability and deep concerns related to the new geopolitical design that has faced us with a new evolution that we must face. We've gone through the Industrial Revolution, two large wars, a period of Cold War involving the permanent concern over the escalation of conflicts, proxy conflicts that might have led to nuclear confrontation and a new nuclear war, the opening and transparent opening of the of the former Soviet Union, German reunification, conflicts of Asia and Africa, Brexit, September 11th, and the war on terror. If there's something that won't change in the world, it is the permanent changes that we have faced. We may mention some examples of concern in the current age, like in the Middle East, the conflict between Israel and Hamas and Hezbollah, and in Europe, the question between Russia and Ukraine, or even the zone of tension and situations that we may call non-peace or non-war, such as Kashmir and the South China Sea and the Korean Peninsula, or even here in Latin America. These are regions that have lived under doubt and uncertainty concerning the future, zones of controversy, interest, and concern. We also notice that the world today has gone through a new arms race that may easily turn into something larger due to rising investments in defense in the course of the past few years and the promotion of defense forces by countries once known as peaceful, such as Japan, or even the growing development of new technologies within the sphere of the Industrial Revolution 4.0 through cyber interactions and space domains and artificial intelligence in various fields of scientific and technological research. Global investments and defense have grown remarkably. Only in 2023, they grew from $2.3 trillion, $2.2 trillion. What's the role of Brazil in this context? As we hold positions of leadership in regional and global leadership, we must ensure peace, harmony, and cooperation, and respectful and solidarity among peoples. That's a permanent challenge of the organization, of the United Nations organization, since its inception in 1945 after the Second World War. We have the commitment of curbing the escalation of current conflicts, seeking diplomatic solutions, investing in dissuasion to reduce the possibility or the need for the use of force. When we consider the global power, we must not focus exclusively on the military expression. We must consider historical, political, economic, psychosocial, scientific, and technological aspects. With a broader notion, we will be able to notice that there's more at play in this confrontation of forces and then just weapons, the borders today were divisions that we have in the world. There is cooperation in economics, progress, and tolerance, but the political game sometimes is taken to its term by leaders who don't see a peaceful solution as a viable option. They choose. I always opt for negotiated solutions. Who wins at a war? Who decides for war? And those who do decide for war never get exposed. All of current regulatory framework of our actions abroad is based on the Magna Carta of 1988, and its Chapter 4 says that Brazil, in its international affairs, is guided by the following principles: national independence, prevalence of human rights, self-determination of peoples, non-intervention, equality among states, defense of peace, peaceful solutions to conflicts, refusal of terrorism and racism, cooperation among peoples for the progress of mankind, and the concession of political asylum. In Brazil, our tradition, peaceful tradition, keeps us in harmonious relationships with our neighboring states. That's why Brazil is always remembered as a valuable mediator in cooperative action, and countries with which we share historical ties, problems, challenges, and hope is always, they're always at the heart of what we do. However, there's always a new perverse threat that corrodes the structure of countries in Latin America: organized crime. And even though this is a topic that is tackled by the Ministry of Justice, we assess that transnational crimes such as illicit drug trafficking, illegal migration, and cyber crimes are a direct threat to democracy and the rule of law. We notice that there is a need for combined action, joint action, in which global cooperation will prevail towards solving these threats. which have wreaked havoc on our urban centers and our borders. The participation of the armed forces, be it in law and order activities or logistical support for intelligence and communication. They have taken place in Brazil so as to provide an immediate answer and a decisive answer to hostile actions by criminal groups working on the national territory. Our view is optimistic. We work towards providing future generations with a promising scenario in which there will be better integration among agencies and institutions, and cooperation is the key to success. Peace, security, and progress are our guiding lines, guiding stars, if you will. Within this context, we must have a cooperative approach to combat transnational organized crime. The 21st Conference of Security, International Security Conference, Forte, is a forum for us to delve into these issues and to foment an answer and a solution to these pressing problems. Thank you so much. I would like to thank Minister Jose Múcio Monteiro for sharing with us his view and the view of the Ministry of Defense of Brazil. And the second presentation will be made by the Secretary of International Defense Affairs of the Ministry of Defense of Argentina, Professor Juan Bartolomé. Before taking up his current position, Professor Bartolomé has had extensive experience in international affairs. His areas of expertise were international security, in particular military defense and political foreign policies, and these are extremely current initiatives on the frontier of knowledge production, such as cyberspace, digital policies, and the impact of technological transformations on security in the military arena. In his own academic experience, he has acted as a professor at the University of Buenos Aires, ADIUSEMA, the School of Naval War, and the Higher Aerial War College in Argentina. As a guest lecturer in El Salvador in the United States, he has worked in the private sector. He's a member of an extensive network of research institutions. Welcome, Professor. You have the floor. Good morning. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to extend my thanks and to the Minister of Defense, Jose Múcio Monteiro, and the Minister of Defense of Argentina as well. Thank you, Minister Jose Múcio Monteiro, for the invitation, and also Cosmin Dobran for the partnership, and the coordinator, Marcia Loureiro, Ambassador, and the officials of CAS, Maximilian Henrik, in the case of Argentina, Susan CAS, and the President of SEBRI, Jose Pio Borges, and finally, the Ambassador of the European Union to Brazil, Marianne Schugraf. It's a great honor to be here. I'd like to say that it's very difficult to make the transition from academics. They love to talk. I was listening very attentively to the remarks made by my colleague from SEBRI back in the day when I was a member of the Brazilian Council, Argentinian Council for International Affairs. I'm going to try to be brief and very concrete in my appreciations and my remarks. And I'd like to say that I'd like to agree. We had a situation in Cordoba that's under development, and they allowed me. The situation that we have in Cordoba these days has held me back in relations between Latin America and Europe, and the current of the administration. How are we looking at the world, and what are we doing in the defense arena? I would say that the idea of no way out would be to work for different reasons that we have the responsibility of conducting Argentina in world affairs. Our brief remarks are based on 3 points. One of them is a global dimension. Where are we thinking of where to go and what to do And for example, it's a no way out, as has been mentioned. And the fact that Latin America is under a transition, this transition has taken us to changes, global changes, and when it comes to security, from the point of view of whether effectively we have to side with, align ourselves with Bloc A or Bloc B, generating new strategies and new solutions. And we must look for different choices and different solutions. These changes that we have gone through, we're talking about for example, the bipolar world that has emerged between China and the United States.
We live in an interconnected world after all. And this interdependence is becoming more and more clear. We could very easily say that there is a global West led by the United States and the global East, Russia and China, despite the fact that these are completely different countries with many different characteristics, and a global South, of course, which is trying to figure out where it's going to fit in these geopolitical international dynamics. Each one of these is trying to create an alternative system of rules, a system that will accommodate to this new reality of power. And we here in Latin America, especially as decision makers and people who look to these other countries for guidelines, Brazil is trying to lead as well. And we in Argentina, we have also decided to follow and to continue to go deeper into our relationships with the world, and especially a world based on international rules. This is crucial for us. The Minister of Defense always says, ever since his first address in the international stage, he's always said, we are in a world at war, a world in which aggression has become the final response for international policy. In the beginning of the 90s, and to this day, this is very relevant for us to think about. It's not that there's no way out, but the issue, the fundamental question that we have as Latin America is how traumatic this way out will be. We have just had a way out in Second World War, as the Minister of Defense has just said, a traumatic way out from the Cold War. We are at a completely different stage now, in which we really do need to understand how traumatic this new way out will be after this transition that we are currently seeing. Now, what's important for us to think about as well is the fact that there's a very political vein to war. This is known in Brazil, and it is known in Argentina as well. For a long time, we've been talking about this internal and external wars. The Israeli war, its defense against Iran and its allies as Hamas, Houthis, and Hezbollah. They have this growth in power. And once again, we here in Latin America have the actual opportunity to contribute towards peace. We are seeing it from outside. We are sort of at the periphery. What is our place? What is the place of Latin America, of Brazil? We really do have this chance of being great contributors to these food security crisis, for example, as well as the energy crisis. This regional dynamics also leads us to a different issue, which goes beyond the transition. Transition leads to transformation. And this transformation is being experienced by all of us, especially technologically speaking. It's something that is accelerating the arms race. It accelerates insecurity, and it is part of our topic here. So we have robotics, artificial intelligence, new raw materials. We are changing the outreach of human beings on Earth. We're coming close to what we call a singularity. So in that aspect, we really do have to think about defense in a very fundamental way, because the surfaces of attack and vulnerability has increased as well. And this interdependence of what we do in society has a role at the international stage as well. This has increased the level of responsibility for multiple actors. We can think about providing a response internationally speaking without working between the public and private sectors. This is also very much present in the elaboration of external public policy, our defense policy, and the alignment of the president in the case of the Republic of Argentina. I'll give a very concrete example. The changes brought about by generative AI in terms of defense planning. So when we send in our men, we have to think about what the equipment is that the other side has and what they can sell to specific groups. These are groups that previously did not have access to these things, and how disruptive that can be. And that can sow political disruption as well. So we are more than just a society. It's a society in which it's very easy to create an alternative reality, and that's central for defense policy. So in general, what is happening at the regional stage? We could mention many things. First one being we really do need to look at the circle that has formed between Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua, which puts pressure on the main navigation channels of the world. What is the importance not just in the South Atlantic, where we have shared responsibilities between Brazil and Uruguay, but also in the polar dynamics that makes us look at the poles as well. We have been working hard on this, and also in very close partnership with Brazil. We are also seeing how the war on the Gaza Strip and the war between Russia and Ukraine has an effect on our region. We have the presence of transnational actors that can disrupt our region. This is crucial. And on the other hand, for global food security providers, we have decided that we need to take care of our naval routes. That is why, starting in 2025, we will follow Brazil on our next naval exercise. This is previously unheard of, and this year we have decided to follow Brazil in that effort in order to protect our naval communication routes. This stresses the importance that there is a South Atlantic region, and we have to integrate. We are aware that Argentina has had issues in the Atlantic South in the past. There's issues of legitimacy, but it can't be about this. We need to find a certain degree of functionality, and that is what we're working on in our defense ministry. We want constructive regional relationships which can be functional for the region, as we always say. Along those lines, maybe one proposal would be to find the need of establishing trilateral into quadrilateral agreements. This for sure would be in the interests of all those involved. I'm almost out of time. I'll just talk briefly about Argentina itself. The minister has provided us with some guiding principles. The Argentinian equipment comes from the West. And of course, we want to modernize our military forces. In the last 20 years, it has not modernized. And that is why we have to work very closely with the countries that are suppliers of these equipment. The US, Germany, France, Brazil, and more. Secondly, response training towards hybrid threats. So the gray areas. Argentina has been working very close. Well, we couldn't even mention organized crime or even think about what would be our response to terrorism. And now we have made the decision to reform our military forces in order to be capable of, working with other countries who are currently facing these threats in a more active and effective manner. That is what we are currently doing. And lastly, the stance. The Argentinian stance has a lot to do with defending the global order, one order that is based on the respect for the rule of law. That is why we must follow the path of the global allies of NATO. We add our voice to the Brazilian leadership towards a combined force that supports NATO. It already includes Ecuador, Colombia. Now we have this Latin American gang joining these forces. Our president has said very clearly, Argentina will leave neutrality behind. Because when the principle of territoriality is compromised, Argentina is always committed to the principle of integrity. The Maldives are still occupied. That is why we must continue to defend the principle of territorial integrity. And as our minister always says, and just to conclude, the role of our armed forces is mainly one of functionally contributing towards the international state and for us to be guardians of peace. As all of the other Latin American countries, we have a fundamental role of protecting the region's stability. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Batalemi, for your remarks and for clarifying Argentina's stance on some of the main international dynamics that we see in the world today. Our third speaker is Mr. Cosmin Dobran, Director for Peace Partnerships and Crisis Management at the European External Action Service. As we know, is the European Diplomatic Service. Before this position, he served as a diplomat in Romania, in Washington, in Brussels. He acted in areas like development, trade, economic governance. In the European Union, he worked on themes related to youth, education, trade, transportation, so quite a wide array of expertise. He was trained in economic studies in Bucharest and finished his graduation in the School of Advanced International Studies in Washington. The floor is yours, Dr. Cosmin Dobran.
It is a great pleasure to address you today. Let me begin by thanking the Konrad Adenauer Foundation and the Brazilian Center for International Relations for their outstanding work in organizing this conference, as well as the delegation of the European Union in Brazil, Ambassador Shugraf, Marianne Shugraf, for their key support during these days. Thank you for inviting me to speak on this panel, which is titled Security Challenges in an Unraveling World. It is a pleasure to be here in the beautiful city of Rio de Janeiro and to share the stage with such distinguished panelists. Senhor Ministro Mucho Monteiro, dear co-panelists, é prazer estar aqui com você. All right. I hope it's not the way I pronounced in Portuguese or my pronunciation. I hope it's not that. In my remarks today, I would like to highlight three key points. First, the key security challenges we face in today's world. Second, how the European Union is addressing these challenges as a global security actor. And finally, the key importance of cooperation between the EU and Latin America in the realm of peace, security, and defense, and how we can strengthen it further. So how does the global security landscape look from the Brussels perspective? We live in an era shaped by raw power politics. We see the emergence of a new, complex, and multi-layered threat landscape. The world is increasingly multipolar with complex security challenges, making the defense of the rules-based multilateral order more challenging. The rise in geopolitical competition brings back a zero-sum game mindset where countries are hedging their bets to secure the best offers. Yet, while tensions are rising, international cooperation is more urgent than ever because in today's interconnected world, what happens in one region can quickly ripple across the globe. Today, the EU is confronted with an unprecedented combination of threats. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine marked a major turning point for European security, significantly shifting our strategic thinking, but also our posture. We see both old and new wars, brutal, high-intensity war on our doorstep, combined with a variety of actors employing cyber attacks, economic coercion, and disinformation as part of hybrid warfare, challenging the rules-based international order. Global defense spending has gone up in recent years, a clear indicator of increasing threat perceptions. One of the most pressing global challenges is the rise of organized crime networks, which have become deeply interconnected with other security threats. And I look forward to learning more about your perspectives on this challenge. But the threats don't stop there. Climate change, space security, and the weaponization of technology, including artificial intelligence and cyber tools, now pose serious risks to our critical infrastructure and the resilience of our societies. So how is the EU responding to these challenges? First, we are providing a robust response to Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. In the defense area, we have taken unprecedented steps. We are providing over 43 billion euro of military support to Ukraine, out of which 6.1 billion via the European Peace Facility. We are providing military training at large scale through the EU Military Assistance Mission in support of Ukraine, which has trained 60,000 Ukrainian soldiers so far, and 15,000 additional troops will be trained by the end of the winter. Also by providing ammunition, so far more than 640,000 pieces of artillery and mortar ammunition and more than 4,000 missiles have been delivered to Ukraine. And by the end of 2024, EU member states will have delivered more than 1 million shells to Ukraine. And I would like to also say that this initiative was originating in Estonia, and we'll hear from our Estonian colleagues later in this conference. Second, we are rethinking our crisis management engagements. In the past, the traditional large-scale EU missions and operations in Africa, in the MENA region, in Eastern Europe, have not adapted quickly to evolving political and security dynamics. We are now looking at different ways of engaging partners and at our models and methods for future CSDP missions and operations. Third, we are designing new response capacity. And let me give you a few examples. The EU Rapid Deployment Capacity, a new standby military force which consists of 5,000 personnel and the flagship of the Strategic Compass, will become operational by mid-2025. This will increase our interoperability and readiness. Recent crises, such as the one in Sudan, have demonstrated the relevance of having such an instrument. We also seek to better protect our citizens and institutions within the EU by improving our resilience. We have now a hybrid toolbox that can help us deal with hybrid threats. We have cyber diplomacy and defense tools that allow us to prevent, deter, and counter cyber attacks. And we adopt these strategies to secure our access at sea and in space. And these strategies are swiftly being translated into concrete actions. Finally, we also seek stronger EU defense cooperation. We invest not only more, but also better. The European Defense Industrial Strategy and the European Defense Industry Program are critical steps in this direction. Fourth, we are increasing our cooperation with other partners. In today's volatile geopolitical climate, partnerships are essential for peace and security. And we want to develop and strengthen tailored partnerships focused on mutually beneficial agendas with key partners, including Latin America and Caribbean. In today's world, where everything can be weaponized and securitized, we must frame our policies accordingly. On the EU, Latin America, and Caribbean cooperation in security and defense, The EU's partnership with Latin America and the Caribbean is built on shared values and strong economic ties. This is not just rhetoric. As we look to build and sustain peace and security, I am reminded of the words of Octavio Paz, La libertad es un combate que se gana cada día. Freedom is a battle that is won every day. This speaks to the daily effort required to maintain peace and freedom. Our collaboration with Latin America embodies this spirit as we work together to ensure that our societies are secure, just, and free. The recently adopted EU-Latin America strategy and the 2023 Brussels summit between the EU and the community of Latin American and Caribbean states are clear demonstrations of how close our regions work. The EU and Latin America and Caribbean countries represent a third of the United Nations members, 14% of the world population, and 21% of the world's GDP. We share languages, cultures, and a vision of a world based on multilateralism, international law, human rights, and peaceful conflict resolution. This vision is under threat, and in a world of big power games, we need to support each other. Just as the Forte de Copacabana stands as a symbol of strength and resilience along the shores of Rio de Janeiro, our partnerships must be built with the same robustness and foresight. Together, we must build a fortification of cooperation that can withstand the challenges of an unraveling world. Developing tailored partnerships means adopting a more flexible and pragmatic approach to our common objectives, interests, and capabilities, based on regular exchanges and coordination. Contributing to peace and security at multilateral level is the next logical step. The EU has engaged in peace, security, and defense cooperation with Latin America for more than 2 decades. Examples of such cooperation include EU mediation efforts in Ecuador, Bolivia, and Venezuela, or the long-term support by the EU for the peace agreement and peace building in Colombia. For their part, Latin American partners contribute to our missions and operations. Chile contributes to EUFOR Althea peacekeeping operation in Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Brazil contributes as part of the Portuguese contingent to the EU training mission to Central African Republic. In addition, we have established security and defense dialogue with Colombia, and we are looking to hold consultation with Peru in the near future. And we also launch similar dialogues with Brazil and Chile next year. But we are engaging beyond traditional crisis management in many strategic domains. We are committed to working closely with Latin America and Caribbean countries in areas like maritime security or cyber defense. The EU is committed to maritime security, contributing through naval operations, capacity building, and partnerships with organizations like the UN and NATO. Notable examples of cooperation with Latin America countries include Colombia's role in the EU naval operation Atalanta in the Indian Ocean and joint exercises carried out with the Brazilian Navy in the Gulf of Guinea, paving the way for further collaboration. Additionally, the EU is promoting cyber resilience, combating cybercrime, and enhancing cyber diplomacy. The Latin American Caribbean Cyber Competence Center, established in 2022, aims to become a regional hub for cyber expertise. The 2023 Digital Alliance and the 2024 High-Level Dialogue on Cybersecurity outline joint efforts for a secure and inclusive digital transformation, and we look forward to strengthening our bi-regional cooperation on cyber diplomacy under this framework. Let me conclude by emphasizing that in today's world, no single country or international actor can respond to emerging challenges in isolation. This is precisely the spirit of the Pact for the Future adopted in New York last week by all leaders, which aims to rebuild trust among the international community and towards multilateral institutions, laying the groundwork for a multilateral system that is more fair, equitable, and inclusive. And this conference is an important opportunity to deepen our discussion on peace, security, and defense, and to move beyond the existing cooperation between our regions. Juntos podemos construir un futuro más seguro para todos. By focusing on our shared interests and building on concrete actions, we can strengthen our partnership and contribute to a more secure and stable global environment. Thank you. Obrigado. Gracias.
Agradecemos ao nosso amigo.
We would like to thank our dear friend Cosme for the broad scenario that he has depicted for us. I think that you have to change the translation gear. The translation equipment might have to be changed, I'm afraid. I've been told that we would have time for just one question. Just one question. So I would direct that question initially to Minister José Múcio and the other panelists, if they so wish. And I think that in the week in which the General Assembly of the United Nations was launched, everyone's attention has turned to New York, and for the first time ever, G20 countries have jointly stated that their interest in reform of the multilateral system. The result was obtained through an initiative of the Brazilian presidency of the G20, which issued a call for action towards reform of the global governance, a document that has been approved unanimously on Wednesday, on September 25th. And such reform will encompass the United Nations, which will celebrate its 80th anniversary, as well as multilateral financial institutions and the World Trade Organization, and Brazil, as well as Argentina and Latin America in general, and the European Union place a high value on the United Nations and other multilateral agencies. My question is, what are the key concepts and the strategic view which, in your opinion, should provide a guideline to the reform of global governance in order to render such multilateral institutions more effective as they face contemporary challenges at the global scale? Minister Múcio, first of all, I'd like to congratulate you on the great work you've done at the latest United Nations meeting. The whole world has its eyes turned to the United Nations. There was a debate on the UN action on problems that we're facing currently. The United Nations was founded in 1945. After the Second World War, the world was not going through the conflicts we're going through today. How many conflicts do we have in the world today? Wars start, but we never see the end of these wars. There are ministries of defense. Sometimes a congressman came to ask me, how come you have a Ministry of Defense in Brazil if Brazil never goes into war with any countries? The Ministry of Defense works on protecting a country and the ability to say no and to have dissuasion activities that are effective. We have acute internal problems, all countries do, and we have external problems too. I think that we must render international agencies adequate and suitable so that they'll have a better dynamics dealing with current problems. I think the United Nations has not sought consensus as frequently as it should, and conflicts have grown. To use a popular expression, the people that make amends at the United Nations has grown. I mean, the group that makes amends for countries at war, the group has grown. We have many peaceful formulations, but the materialization of such efforts has been precarious. We have a huge conflict in Russia versus Ukraine, the question in the Middle East, which has grown remarkably, and things tend to get worse. Peace proposals have been scarce. The peace activists and the people that are interested in peace are few and far between, and their work has been incipient, and inequalities, which were many, have grown remarkably as well. The concept, the Security Council at the United Nations must be discussed. Participation and interests are specific. We need to widen democratize the opportunities for dealing with these questions. I think that we need, therefore, to dedicate our efforts towards working towards a consensus, bring together peace negotiators, and we need to truly actually curb the problems as we have them today and look for solutions to them. I would ask Professor Juan or Professor Dobran would like to add to what our minister has just said. Yes. Briefly, and also talking, as I said before, multilateralism is key. The United Nations was created under a worldview. The 21st century faces us with the problem of how to recreate multilateralism and what's the next step that we should take, in which we will all be willing to generate and contribute to a consensus that will allow us to have a new international order. The post-Second World War period has gone on till today. We're going through a crisis of the multilateral international order. There are visions and countermeasures and counter-proposals. We know that the General Assembly has its own limitations. So the challenge is to build a multilateralism under a new worldview, and paraphrasing and looking in the long run, whether it's United Nations or whatever comes after the United Nations, we have to overcome our paralysis in our negotiations and initiatives. Thank you, Professor Batalemi. Dr. Cosmin Dobran, if you would like to add your own view.
The first step that perhaps needs to be done is that in the UN, but also in different regional and multilateral organizations, we start to speak more about peace and less about crisis and conflict. I think there is a tendency to focus about the dynamics of the conflict, the interest, the political, economic, all sorts of issues, but we don't actually focus a lot on preventing conflict. And I'm actually very happy to see that in the Pact for the Future, conflict prevention is a key theme, and I think this is the way to go. Second, I think that there is a generational issue, and I'm quite happy to see a lot of young people in the room. I think we need to involve more young people in discussions about peace and security. This is extremely important because the vision they have on the world perhaps is not the same of the vision that I have. So I think it's important to work together and then to see what are the concrete actions that can be done. And finally, in terms of principles, I think it's really, really important that every time we talk about peace and security, we keep the United Nations Charter in our hand and all the human rights, integral sovereignty, territorial integrity, all these principles, I think we repeat them because it's not enough, and we have to make sure that all countries and members of the UN work based on these principles.
Muito bem, muito obrigada.
Thank you so much. Minister Musio, please. The minister's microphone is off, unfortunately. Oh, now, I would like to make a quick remark. When he talked about the prevention, anticipating conflicts, so that conflicts won't happen. These two large conflicts that we're having in the world today are old tensions. The question of Israel and the Gaza Strip, it was not a problem that came up recently. This construction of this intrigue, these differences and these conflicts in these regions, these are old conflicts. They should have been solved. They should have been anticipated and solved. Same thing with Russia and Ukraine. It was not a recent problem that led to the current crisis. I think that we need to work on preventing conflicts, because there are historical conflicts, there are conflicts over territory, over religion. Today, with the question of the internet, we know the problems of all areas in the world and all societies. We're participating in all the problems. So I think that we need to to actually envision future conflicts, to avoid them, and different economic differences, regional differences, and social differences are rampant around the world, but they have not been settled. That we have to actually take a future look so that things won't lead to this current stalemate and conflicts that we're going through today. Thank you, Minister. And now, keeping tabs of time, I think it's time for us to bring our first great panel to a close. And this inaugural panel, I can only resent the fact that the time won't allow us to discuss other issues. But I think the comments made by the three panelists actually lead us to a ambitious call, in reformulating multilateral institutions. And that's a message that Brazil took to New York, and the importance of greater participation of the developing world and the governance reforming processes. I think that bringing these points of view from Europe and Latin America at this conference, certainly all these remarks walk hand in hand with our proposed solutions to global conflicts through a universalist look that will take into account different perspectives and different opinions. I can only thank you profoundly to all the speakers for their great remarks and analyses that they have shared with us, and all organizers too for the chance that they gave us. And surely we should wait with a great deal of interest for other panels in the course of the day. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigado a todos pelo excelente debate, embaixadora Loureiro e palestrantes. Para nós,
thank you all for the great remarks. To us organizers, we look upon it with a great sense of contentment to share so many views and experiences. I'm sure the Ambassador Márcia Loureiro would like an extra hour to go deeper into these issues with ministers and other panelists, but we're running out of time, but we are going to move to the next panel for more contents on the tables that we just finished discussing. I'd like to remind you all that the Forte conference every year produces policy papers, and they have propositions and diagnoses and recommendations to form public policies. The objective is not only to inform, but also to produce inputs for the production of public policies. Therefore, I'd like to invite the officials here in the audience to read the policy papers available on the back of the credential that you got, the badge that you got, and we have all the material available to you as you wish. You may peruse it at will. We do have a table full of publications on the foyer of the museum, and you can actually make use of all the publications at will. And I will now introduce the title of the next panel.
Bom, nesse momento vamos dar início.
This time we're starting our first thematic panel, and the audience will have the chance to ask questions of the participants. The title of our first thematic panel, as we got a little spoiler from the previous panel, is How to Forge New Paths Towards Multilateralism. On this panel on multilateralism, we'll debate the intricate international game that has called into question the current international order. Should we assess honestly and constructively the effectiveness of international organizations and reflect upon how they may adapt and evolve to face contemporary challenges, given the loss of efficiency of institutions and skepticism when it comes to international relations and organizations? How can we ensure trust in the multilateral structure? I'd like to invite National Counselor of the CDU-CDU's parliamentary group in the German Federal Parliament, Mr. Henning Speck.
A diretora de pesquisa do Instituto Garapé.
The research director at the Garapé Institute, Ms. Melina Risso.
O secretário-geral do Ministério dos Negócios Estrangeiros da República da Estônia, o embaixador Jonathan.
The ambassador and secretary general of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Estonia, Jonathan Vseviov.
Sejam muito bem-vindos e desejo excelente painel.
Welcome. I wish you all a great panel. The floor is yours, Henning. Oh, forgive me.
O ex-ministro de Estado dos Negócios Estrangeiros de Portugal.
The former Minister of State and Foreign Affairs of Portugal, as well as Ambassador João Gomes Cravinho.
Agora sim, excelente painel.
Now you may begin the panel.
Thank you very much. Without Joel, the panel wouldn't have been complete, so very much appreciate. Well, thank you very much. My name is Henning Speck, as Luis said, coming from Berlin, and it's a real honor and pleasure to be here in Rio de Janeiro once again. I sincerely thank Cas, Max, Hedrich, and his entire team, Sabri, Pio, Julia, and your fantastic team, and the delegation of the UN, of the EU, Marianne and her team, for having me once again as part of the Forte family for many years. And this has become a very important venue for cooperation between Latin America and the European Union, as we've already seen in the first panel. And I think we pick up the baton right from the very last question that was put about multilateralism, and the question on how do we, or how are we able to forge new paths for multilateralism and reinvigorate the institutions that we have, as the Minister of Defense has just said. I'm very delighted to have such a distinguished panel here sitting next to me. I would like to start from the very left to your audience side, to my right, Melina Risso, who is the research director at Garapé Institute, located here in Rio de Janeiro. She has done extended research, especially in the realm of public security, environment, climate issues, organized crime, with a wide series of publication in that area, and comes with highly distinguishment to this panel. Next to her, sitting João Cravinho, an old friend, also from Rio de Janeiro. Many of you might know he was the EU ambassador to Brazil from 2015 to 2018, following a distinguished career at the Portuguese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, being Secretary General in his last position, then was called back by his government to be a Portuguese Minister of Defense, prior to assuming the capacity of Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Portuguese government until earlier this year. And to my immediate right, we are delighted to have Jonathan Vseviov, the Secretary General of the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I must say that Estonia is this powerhouse of diplomacy, I would say, not only because you're coming here with a large delegation from Tallinn, whom we say a warm benvindo here to Rio, but also because the new face and muscle of the European Union will be Estonian, the Prime Minister Kaja Kallas assuming the role of High Representative of the EU, as Ambassador Shugraf mentioned and pointed out before. So we are very delighted to have you here, which clearly underlines the importance that you attach to the region and to the bi-regional cooperation. But let me start by kicking off the conversation, inviting João Cravinho to start off first and lay out his vision on how do you assess the current state of the UN and the multilateral organizations. What other formats can potentially help to support, strengthen those institutions once again? We are sitting here not only in a week where, as other interlocutors have mentioned, we are celebrating the adoption of the Pact for the Future of the UN, but we're also in the very same city that will host the G20 summit later this week. So there's a couple of questions and institutions to talk about, and why don't you open the floor, João? As you prefer.
Bom dia. Maravilhoso.
Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be with you here today. Thank you so much to the organizers for inviting me. Thank you to Cass. Thank you to Sebri. Thank you to the European Union delegation, who I had the honor of leading a few years ago. So, I usually talk faster when I'm standing, but I'm not sure if that's a good thing. Anyway, hopefully I won't see too many people trying to get the Portuguese translation. If I see that, I will slow down. Anyway, for a long time we have been saying that there is a crisis in multilateralism. It is shifting. And of course, it seems to correspond to reality, especially at a time in which our international cooperation is more and more needful. Issues will become only more complex if they're not addressed in cooperation. But first, I would like to take a closer look at this overview of global multilateralism. It seems to me that there's a greater degree of variation than one would naturally assume. If we were to divide multilateralism in a very simple manner, my proposal is among three baskets. The first one would be the themes of war and peace, and here the international stage is clearly paralyzed. The UN Security Council is simply unable to do pretty much anything about the great conflicts, given the Russian example, the terrible killings that we've seen in Gaza, and now also in southern Lebanon. And the UN Security Council, we see the veto used in their own interest by Russia, the veto from the US in anything that affects Netanyahu's interests. And on this theme of war and peace, we could add arms controls. This theme is not only paralyzed, it is much worse than that, actually. It is being degraded. We can clearly see that with the agreements that were previously in place are being dismantled. So, not too optimistic on that basket. The second one is made up of what we can call issues of global health. And here, the scenario is not as pessimistic. The climate accords continue to move forward year by year, albeit slowly, given the urgency of the climate crisis, but they are moving forward. We have innovative initiatives in terms of what we've seen in the Belém do Pará COP. In this basket, we also see the past year's accord on the oceans, about the ocean's biodiversity. So it's against the current of what we see in terms of geopolitical tensions. Despite that scenario, agreements were made, and these have been a long time coming. Biodiversity is also moving forward. So, on the global health basket, it's not moving as quickly as we hoped, but it is moving nonetheless. That is my point here. And the third basket has to do with international finance and the economy. We have the International Trade Organization. It is pretty much resuscitating itself. It was previously unable to act for many years. We've seen a resurgence. There's been a major issue in terms of the litigation system or dispute solutions, which is simply not functioning as well as it could be. But we are hopeful that it will come back in the next few years. Of course, unless Trump is re-elected, then you can kiss that goodbye. But we have some positive perspectives in terms of the functionality of the International Trade Organization. You also have an unsuitable and archaic system in terms of international funding. There are international finance organizations, Bretton Woods, like the ones that were created at the end of the Second World War, which simply do not meet the current requirements in terms of their internal power distribution, nor in terms of its purpose. The proof is, well, the unacceptable price, the weight rather, of the debt that we see in developing countries. They are facing the need of having to provide major investment to the energy transition, which is simply not fair. The international trade system is not corresponding to our expectations, but it could. And what we can see is some very clear indications that if reforms do not take place, we will then be creating a new international trade system. Now, the international system is by no means homogeneous in terms of multilateralism, I mean. The main international actors are also quite distinct in their approaches. We see quite a unique and catastrophic situation for international order in Russia. This was not true at the time of the Soviet Union and the Cold War. It is now a country that is hell-bent on destroying the global order. We've seen this in the past week, in which Russia tried to dismantle the Pact for the Future in New York. It was unable to do so. There were some pariah states that followed it, like North Korea, Syria, and others, Belarus. We don't see traction there, but there's certainly capability of creating difficulties for the system. And then we have the United States, which were key for the construction of the multilateral system, especially post-World War II. It was the North American leadership that, in essence, built the system that we have today. But now, in the 21st century, this leadership has been absent, or even worse than that, actively contributing towards the multilateralism crisis, as was the case in 2003 with the Iraqi invasion. It was an unsanctioned war. It went against basic principles of the UN and is sort of stripped it of legitimacy. And then more recently, the the United States Congress did not ratify any relevant international instrument. So, a low capability for leadership, even with the Biden administration, which claims to advocate for multilateralism. And lastly, we have to talk about China. China has been acting selectively. So, in security, China has not been particularly involved. It has not tried to seek any new solutions, internationally speaking. In global health, it has been active. In the last decade and a half, we've seen quite a shift in the Chinese approach. They want to be a world leader in that field. We don't always agree with the Chinese stances, but we do see that they want to make the system work for everyone. Now, the future. And here I want to pay homage to Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, who has been in ages for one of our mottos, the pessimism of the intellect, but the optimism of will. On one hand, a catastrophic discourse of what can take place or will happen to the world, what will happen to all of us if we are not able to once again make multilateralism work. And on the other hand, you can't simply end there. You have to move a set of initiatives forward in order to actually seek solutions. And the Pact for the Future, enacted this week, is an example of that. In peace and security, of course, a lot of difficulties in setting up the Security Council. It will not change in the near future, but what we can do is reform the way in which the peace missions work. It is not admissible for, a situation like what we see in Haiti to not be solved, or the Great Lakes. We should be able to move forward in these. So we really do need to reassess our approaches there. We also have to reassess the way in which we approach the theme of organized crime. There is a panel later today for that theme exactly. It is creating a lot of disruption in many nations. The United Nations should have a more assertive approach towards organized crime. In terms of global challenges, we have to really look towards the space, towards the digital world. We have to look towards artificial intelligence. These are all fundamental areas for future multilateralism, and the impact these things will have in the future present us with many open doors. Also, in terms of economic shifts, the international financial system should focus on the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, on the green transition, on the digital transition. We also need to move forward. I would end by saying that Brazil has had an essential role, especially in its spearheading of G20. Brazil has sought to not seek the utopia of the impossible. It has been looking very pragmatically on what is possible to do in the international stage, and then also, as useful as G20 is, it is a self-determining group. It does not have the legitimacy of the UN. And so Brazil has been bringing up consensus and bringing those to the UN, to New York. These, I believe, are the paths forward. I am fully aware of the terrible crisis that multilateralism is going through, but we do have the hope that a different world is possible. Thank you.
Cravino for this assessment, but also for the outlook on where you have starting points to work on the current system and to come up with proposals. Melina, I pass on the baton to you to pick up the microphone. You've worked extensively, as I said before, in public security, worked with sub-organizations of the United Nations, and I would like to pick your brain on where you see potential for reform maybe underneath the level of the Security Council. So please take the floor.
Bom dia a todas e a todos. Queria agradecer aos organizadores pelo convite de estar aqui. É um prazer estar representando o Instituto Igarapé.
Bringing the perspective, the Igarapé Institute works within the realm of cooperation, international cooperation, and we have acted extensively on the Global Pact for the Future that was approved last Sunday. We do believe that a victory, a resounding victory at this juncture in which we look sometimes with pessimism upon the current state of affairs in the world. But I'd like to actually tackle the latest question that came up in the previous roundtable talk. What's multilateralism? What are we talking about and thinking of a new reality that we have at a global level? We have conducted along the program a consultation to understand what people around the world think when they think about the future. What do we need in terms of multilateralism in the future? What can it do for us? The view of participants in this global consultation that we did is that we need to have a future that will truly take into account the lives of future generations. I'd like to bring this point to your attention. We see so many young people in the audience that we don't look at the challenges that are on the table for future generations that will come. That's the reason why we're here together, to try and understand all the challenges and all the complexities that are facing us. It's important that we work in a consensus to try and face that problem and to respond and take into account the dimension of human security at the core of the agenda. That is an overarching topic. In this sense, Ilona Szabo, the president of Igarapé, has taken part in the high-level meeting of the High Commissioner of the United Nations, thinking of the Global Pact for the Future and how we can reform multilateralism so that it will be conducive to effective solutions. Of course, they don't have all the dimensions that we had imagined, renewing the need for a new look, but the pact brings forth elements that are central. For example, it recognizes the dimension of the climate emergency, and it reaffirms the commitment and the ambition that we should seek a new way to deal with non-military threats. And we need the multilateral system when we face these challenges they're not limited to one country specifically. We must not face these problems selectively or individually, because they bring pressure to bear on all of us. When we think about the problem, the process of the United Nations system, we've talked about the reform of the Security Council. Obviously, it is absolutely crucial so that this Security Council will be widened to correct underrepresentation of different regions and countries in the world. That was tackled also in the first panel, and the need to turn the Security Council more inclusive, transparent, effective, and responsive. This point is very important, but also to strengthen some other instances that we have seen that may play a pivotal role in unlocking certain elements. For example, a Commission of Consolidation of Peace, which may lead a process of a joint coordination effort among different pillars of the United Nations. Obviously, to work also on the element of the Security Council, the Economic and Social Council, to strengthen what we can promote by way of multilateralism thinking of a new perspective. We're not going to be able to carry out the changes if we don't have if we're not able to reform international financial institutions to format a global system that is capable of facing the emerging challenges that we face today, such as inequality and sustainability, focusing on the increase of capacity of financing by multilateral development banks to improve access to financial resources and ensure that developing countries will have an effective participation in this governance. We need to align the need of this system when it comes to sustainable financing, which will effectively play a pivotal role in the financing schemes that we need. We've talked extensively about the United Nations. I think Ambassador João talked about the role of the G20, which in the leadership of Brazil and the G20, I'd like to retake some aspects. When we think of the multilateral system, we must think of the dimension of inclusion that not only countries and diplomacy are inserted, but how can we actually pave the way towards listening to the people and their demands, different demands, through a platform of participation that will bring together all the voices that need to be heard in the decision-making process. I'd like to tell you about the experience of Brazil and the promotion of the social G20 process that took into account all the engagement groups, collecting and bringing together everyone, all the parties involved that could make contributions to this process, including placing that as part and parcel of the G20 agenda, participation of different voices. That is central to what we do. And this is a call for all the parties involved in this process, so we may think of a new system, bringing together civil society, influencing, and bringing these demands to the decision-making process. If we are to think of other roles and levels of negotiation, we had the launch of a new pact, of the G20 pact, and this and the composition of a consensus to ask for a reform of the system, ensuring an exchange of views among all these actors and agents. We must think of a multilateral system and a network in which different agents and actors may be able to participate in this discussion arena. At the end of the day, the challenges that we have seen today, not only those related to security, but all the challenges that affect us as society, as humankind, they will require the work and participation of everyone, a space that will allow us to have the voice of civil society and ensure that it will be heard, but also societies that bear the brunt of these climate changes and all these challenges, and the participation of companies, in which we will effectively have a diversified process that's inclusive, equanimous, and in which all the voices may be heard and represented. We don't, when we look at the topic today of our debate, it's not just, is there a way out? That's the only way out to reinforce multilateralism through shared measures built on consensus, because the size of these challenges is quite daunting, and they won't be solved by any one nation in isolation, by any one region in isolation. We have noticed, mostly in the case of climate change, how that affects absolutely everyone. And to think that we need a new multilateral system looking at future generations and ensuring a world in which we can all live peacefully, drawing upon it for all our great potential. That's the message I'd like to convey to you at this point. Thank you so much.
Also for this call of thinking and of action, of participation, which is very, very important because I believe we will still discuss about the issue of legitimacy and participation in this strengthening and reinforcement of the multilateral system. Before we come to that conversation, including the audience, I would like to give the floor to Jonathan to come up with an Estonian perspective on how important the international rules-based order is and your vision on the future of multilateral institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. First, I want to thank the organizers and the forces behind them for inviting us here. It's a pleasure and an honor, especially to address you after the first panel of distinguished speakers who quite literally set the stage on fire here. I am coming to you from Europe, and in particular from Estonia, and I will give you the Estonian perspective on multilateralism and the challenges that we confront today. And I will share with you 5 short points. First, I couldn't start with anything but the fact that we in Europe are now faced with war. A war on a larger scale than anything that our continent has seen since 1945. Since 1945. Now, you've heard, or perhaps not heard, in which case you'll hear now Estonian leaders, representatives, describe this war, Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, as being existential for us. Existential. Not because of geographic proximity to the fighting. We're close, but not that close. Estonia is as far from the front lines in Ukraine as Berlin, Germany is. It is existential because at the conclusion of this war, when peace reemerges, the way this war ends, the sort of peace we'll have a profound impact on the very basic principles of international life. We will either have territorial integrity as the guiding principle of international life, reestablished, strengthened perhaps even, or we will have a world where de facto great powers can change their smaller neighbors' borders with force. We will either have sovereignty, remaining the cornerstone of international life, with freedom for countries to choose their domestic policies and their foreign policies, including which allies they wish to seek. Or we'll go back to a world where great powers divide up continents between them, over the heads of the smaller players. Aggression as a tool of statecraft will either pay off, returning us to a world where might makes right, or we'll have a reinvigorated system based on set rules and multilateralism. Those are the principles that make this war existential for us. Now, my second point relates to small states. Estonia is a small state, 1.3 million people, very small compared to the majority of countries that shape world history. Small states are obviously particularly dependent upon a functioning rules-based international order. We're particularly dependent. But I would argue to you that so are bigger states. Take the question of borders and territorial integrity. Take a look at the map of the world. Look at the borders that we have. The overwhelming majority of those borders derive their legitimacy from the fact that they are internationally recognized. Not ethnic or cultural or historic or religious reasons. They derive their legitimacy from the fact that they are internationally recognized. Now, if we throw this principle out the window and de facto prove that territorial integrity is no longer central, then are we not opening a Pandora's box we should not be opening? Take a word from a European. Certain Pandora's boxes need to remain closed. So my second point, both small and large states are dependent upon a functioning, predictable, rules-based international order. My third point relates to the current state of affairs. I agree with my colleagues on the stage. The system is broken. It's not reflective of the realities of the 21st century. Now, some have argued that since reforming the United Nations, and in particular the Security Council, is so difficult, we should look for alternative venues for making world policy. The G7, the G20, other regional formats. Now, don't get me wrong, those are important, useful formats for coordinating approaches and building consensus, but they cannot substitute the United Nations in its unique ability to provide legitimacy. So unless we can bring something better alive to help guide us through the 21st century, let's not throw the United Nations out the window. Fourth, the system is nevertheless broken. It needs reform. Now, many countries around the world point to the fact that the realities of the 21st century are so different from the realities of the mid-20th century, power shifts, demographic changes, that the composition of the Security Council is simply no longer reflective of the realities. And that's obviously a very legitimate point. Many other issues have been brought up. Estonia's inclusion into this debate is one particular concern that has become especially evident to us in the last 2.5 years of Russia's illegal war of aggression. That is the particular vulnerability of the international system to a situation where a veto-holding power itself turns out to be the aggressor. Now, we don't have perfect solutions. We could have discussions and debates on a number of options how to deal with this vulnerability in any future reform of the Security Council. My point is not to sell the Estonian talking point on what needs to be done. My point is to argue that without addressing this vulnerability, by enlarging the Security Council, by adding members with veto powers, unless we address this vulnerability, we haven't done anything to fix the system. Not easy, but absolutely mandatory to address this vulnerability. My fifth and final point before I take a seat: results matter. Now, no matter how good the system, how well written the rules, unless we find strength in ourselves to enforce the rules, we've really accomplished nothing. I would like to paraphrase a famous saying by Edmund Burke. You know the saying, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Let me give you my version of this. Not nearly as elegant, but still, the only thing necessary for the collapse of the rules-based international order is for good men and women to limit their defense of the system to elegant statements alone and no action. Facts on the ground matter. Whether or not we enforce the rules we agree to matters. So let me conclude by calling you and others to action, not in defense of Estonia's interests, not in defense of Europe's interests, in defense of yours. If you're interested in safeguarding the multilateral order, the rules-based international order, the very basic principles of territorial integrity and sovereignty, stand up, do something about it. You will find allies around the world, in small countries and in bigger formations. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jonathan, for this presentation and for, again, the clear call of action. And I think it is very important to understand that we agree that the system is in dire need of reform, but it has to be done at all levels, at the highest government level, who negotiate in New York this very week, but also on the kind of grassroots level of those who can make a difference in their daily work and in pushing their respective community leaders, governments, to work and enforce the rules, as you said, because this is part of the of the importance of a set order of rules that they need to be implemented. So we have roughly about 20 minutes left for real conversation. I could, of course, hijack the time, but I would much rather, because you've listened so much and there's so much brain power in this room, to start right, open the floor and ask all of you to ask questions. I do want to beg you for two things: that you quickly introduce yourself just with your name and your affiliation, and you really address a short question so that we can have plenty of time for conversation. Please, I think there's microphones going around, so please start right off. Yeah.
Bom dia. Primeiramente, obrigado pela apresentação.
First of all, good morning. First of all, thank you for your speeches. My name is José Ricardo. I speak at the War College in Brazil. I work at the War College in Brazil. At the War College, we keep talking about military cooperation and how important it is. And you have brought us the call for action, including mostly young populations, the youth. I'd like to ask you, how do you look upon intergenerational cooperation and civil-military cooperation towards building a more stable international order which rests on multilateralism, since multilateralism is the cornerstone of this panel? Thank you so much.
Back to the panel. Yeah, in the very back, there have a gentleman with a white shirt.
Hello. All right. Can you hear me? Pode fazer a pergunta?
Oh, okay.
Oi, tudo bom? Sou
My name is Matheus Egidio, CEO and co-founder of a global mobility startup that's focused on visas. It's called U-Visa. You talked about rising multilateralism tensions and the escalation of military conflicts in Europe and the Middle East. So a company such as mine, which aims to simplify global mobility, I just wanted to get from you, what is the possible impact that you see these things can have on citizenship, visas, and global mobility? And if you have any advice for me as an entrepreneur, what pathway do you suggest for me to be able to help people in global mobility and in the future working with refugees?
Maybe we start with you, Jonathan, also maybe on the civilian military cooperation, if you want to take the same question.
So I hope this works. I trust this works. It does. Okay. So on the generational question, I think the previous panel, one of the speakers addressed it fairly well. I can only subscribe to that point and sign off on it. The issues that we discuss here will have a long-term impact. And when we talk about the war in Ukraine or the situation in Gaza, we're not only talking about the tactical operational handling of the conflict at the moment, dealing with the humanitarian needs, the security needs. We're also building a world for the future. De facto norms of international life develop from the results that we're able to achieve on the ground. And this obviously has a profound impact on not just our current generation, but the generations to come. So I would also like to call upon all the young people to make their voices heard and be as clear as possible. Because when I called for action, I expected someone to ask what kind of action. I would have said, the rule of medicine applies here as well. The first rule of medicine, first, do no harm. Don't equate the victim and the aggressor. Don't confuse the matter. Speak with clarity. Demand action. Now, on the civil-military cooperation, one brief point before I hand it over to other speakers. We invest in defense, in Estonia's case, quite heavily. We're increasing defense spending. More than 3.3% of our GDP is now allocated for defense. All around Europe, you see defense expenditures increasing. We're investing in defense because we value peace. So obviously, Not the fact that we are not using the military capabilities that we have actively on a day-to-day basis doesn't mean that we have no use for military capabilities. The most important pillar of our security is ensuring adequate deterrence so that peace would sustain. Now, it's easier said than done. In practical terms, the civil-military relationship is perhaps one of the most important relationships in actually crafting and implementing wise security policy and wise foreign policy. So an incredibly important field.
Thank you. Melina, would you like to add on the either generational or civil-military cooperation?
Acho que eu quero trazer uma dimensão.
So I would like to talk about the research dimension. So you say you have a startup that's thinking about global mobility and understanding global mobility is essential for us to try to bring its elements into multilateralism. And at this current time in which you have huge amounts of mobility, dislocation due to the climate crisis and etc., information concerning mobility will be extremely useful in order to address these issues. So a while ago, we created an observatory for immigration mobility to try to bring that information up and study how it can be best used in designing public policy. Thank you. Well, very quickly, about the intergenerational dialogue. We see quite a unique situation, a different face of an old issue, I would say. There are matters that cannot be solved by the following situation, the following generation, so to say. If we do not solve them now, we are condemning the future generations forever. Climate change is one example. On the other hand, the political trend is to postpone issues to the future and to postpone costs to the future as well. There is rising tensions on that today, and it forces us rather to a stance of rethinking that strategy. The Pact for the Future talks a lot about that need. But it's one thing to talk about need and quite another to effectively get an involvement, a political involvement from these generations, which will, of course, be on this earth for longer than my generation. And so they have a higher interest in the future of the country, maybe, of the nations. I understand that the future generations should demand that. They should demand their own participation. They should demand that their voices be heard. Because if they just stand passively, it will simply not happen naturally.
If you can.
Alô? Alô? Thaís Guimarães, do jornal.
Thaís Guimarães from Global Magazine. It was very clear in the panel that the multilateralism that you have today is in crisis, but there's no pathway that does not go through multilateralism. So in a global context of rising political tensions, what is this new multilateralism that we should be seeking? How to reach it? What are its features? And who are these new leaders? Maybe they're coming up now, which could take the United States' place in this context of the decreasing influence of the North American leaders.
Bom dia, me chamo Gregory.
Good morning, my name is Gregory. I recently graduated in International Relations, and I work in the City Hall of Rio de Janeiro. My very brief question is the following. Just to quickly associate the issue of multilateralism with another issue. Maybe you could talk about the crisis in liberal democracies. We've recently seen a piece of research. I'm not sure if it was an open house. It assesses how many democratic countries across the world have seen, have stepped back into authoritarian states. What is our perspective in democratic regimes and the ascension of autocratic totalitarian regimes in the world?
Because, of course, the United Nations is an institution that includes every country regardless of their governing system, but yet we as democracies, as we're sitting here, have an incentive of strengthening democratic processes. So I'll hand that back to the panel as well as the very first question. João, do you want to start this time?
Thank you. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Well, as our moderator says, the United Nations includes everyone, regardless of their mode of governance. But, that said, democracy tends to generate better international citizens. Democracy means rule of law, above all. Those who are used to working in international rule of law, they adapt very easily to international framework where international law should always prevail. All of that said, in my perspective, it is extremely dangerous to divide the world in democracies and autocracies. It is not an easy distinction to make, first of all. And secondly, sometimes you must work with regimes under which you may not wish to live. So the best effort that we can make is to systematically reassert our democracies in-house and demand respect for international rule of law. Now, okay, I'll leave the other question for the other speakers. It's too hard for me. Well, there is no easy answer for any of those questions. It's a constant debate. The Pact for the Future is proof of that. We're constantly wondering how we can make things more inclusive. Yes, things need to be reformed. I brought up some points that are part of the structure of the pact. It's important to highlight the fact that it's also about gender equality. There must be an element of participation, which voices are heard, and that needs to be part of that dimension in order for us to think about a system that is more inclusive and so that all voices can be heard. Now, the multilateral system, if it will not solve the issue of democracy, it will bring a reflection to those who are at the city level. We reinforce the democratic system as we continue to tackle the population's issues, as we make public policy able to be translated into action. How can we cascade that and make it reach regular people? Otherwise, it will remain abstract, especially for the reality of what we're discussing here in Brazil and Latin America. It makes a world of a difference for us to be able to translate public policy into action. How can we, bring these down to earth? And that's everyone's responsibility, especially in such a time in which we are having municipal elections. We really do have to evaluate these proposals in order for that to become a reality.
I'll try to be very brief on who to look to for leading on reforming the multilateral system. The first group of countries that comes to mind obviously includes Brazil. The new emerging powers who have taken a larger and larger role on the international stage, who are not perhaps present when the current system was built by the victors of the Second World War in the mid-20th century, but have now, by the almost mid-21st century, emerged as global powers. Brazil is among the first countries that comes to mind, so I would encourage Brazil to continue leading on those issues. But I would also point to a particular input that small states can have. Now, small states don't enjoy many advantages. We lack in power, in economic might, in diplomatic representation. We have one asset that larger states lack, and that is derived directly from the fact that we are not entangled by economic or political military interests all around the world, thus making us more free to speak sooner, clearer, with a voice of clarity. We've seen time and again small states take up this role. Iceland was the first country that recognized Estonia's re-emergence from the occupation. Singapore has been a leading voice on a rules-based international order. I would ask the bigger countries around the world, like Brazil, who will be leaders, to also utilize us small states in the reform efforts. On democracy, I can only agree. I mean, things are changing around the world. Democracy is under pressure from within. Many of the forces that shape the world today are similar to the forces that changed the world in the mid to late 19th century. Industrialization brought farmers to cities. Mass media, first in terms of newspapers, emerged, changing two things that are important: the way we worked and the way we disseminate news and conduct discussions within our societies. You know the story that led to emergence of new ideologies. Old institutions lost their power. Absolutist monarchy collapsed, eventually leading to the First World War and then the Second World War. And you look at what's happening today in the world, you see two things. The way we work is changing, and we're only scratching the surface of this change, with technology having a huge impact on the way we work. And secondly, the way we disseminate news and discuss issues amongst ourselves is changing. Social media, putting enormous pressure on not just democracy as a form of government, but core institutions of our societies, including the institution of the expert that no longer has the power the expert had 20, 30 years ago. Traditional media, the church, government institutions, and so on and so forth. Now, we need to adapt. Democracy needs to adapt. Things are obviously turbulent when you look around democracies around the world. My message of hope is nevertheless important. Although this turbulence that we in democracies are experiencing might be more visible in democratic societies, the authoritarian regimes are experiencing the same changes. And if democracy has any advantages against the authoritarian competitors, then I would suggest to you, over longer periods of time, it's flexibility. When it comes to an ability to adapt, I think we will have an advantage. But this is not to mean that we can rest on the laurels and take the things we had in the 1990s or 2000s for granted. Core elements of how we operate as a species is changing, and our system of government needs to adapt with it.
Well, thank you very much, Jonathan. Now, I'm afraid time is running out. So I know that there are many more questions, but we might be able to discuss them later when there's coffee breaks and we engage in smaller conversations. I think we've covered a wide range of issues on this very broad topic, to be honest. But I felt a consensus that there is new momentum maybe at this point in time, not only looking at the G20 summit here in Brazil later this year, but also new energy coming out of this week in New York, where we adopted this Pact for the Future, and was, I think, a sense
of a new sense of urgency to do something. And I think we combined this with a call for action that was pronounced very explicitly by the panelists on this panel. So I thank you all for coming, for participating at the Forte once more, or for the first time. And please join me in a round of applause for the panelists. Thank you.
Muito obrigado aos palestrantes, senhor Henning Speck, muito obrigado pela moderação.
Thank you so much to the speakers, ambassadors, Ms. Riso. Excellent panel. But before going to the next theme, we would like to request you to answer our assessment survey. You can access it through the QR code that is in the printed program that you got in the conference kit. And we're also making the link available to you all through our chat. With your evaluations, we are able to organize such a conference that includes everyone. So now we will begin the second panel, Organized Crime and Democracy, the Global Scale of the Parallel State. The rise in organized crime is a growing concern with global implications, especially in regions like Latin America and the Caribbean. Criminal activity transcends borders and threatens the global stability, putting global value chains at risk, as well as international trade, not just in Latin America, but also increasingly so in Europe. The infiltration of organized crime in social structures represents a direct threat to democratic institutions. In Brazil and other Latin American countries, organized crime has been an issue for a very long time. It has represented an extremely serious national issue. To begin this debate, I would like to invite up to the stage to moderate this panel the former Minister of Defense and Vice President of the Brazilian Mining Institute, General Fernando Azevedo e Silva.
The Executive Director of the Brazilian Forum of Public Security, Ms. Samira Bueno. And the former Vice Minister of Defense of Colombia, Mr. Alberto Lara. Welcome all, and have a great panel, all of us together. Thank you. Good morning. It's still good morning, right? Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank you for another chance to take part in this conference, traditional conference of the Forte, in which I am back here, and it's hard to see. It's been 21 years, as you see on the screen. Time flies, doesn't it? So I'd like to thank you for the invitation. I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation, but a special note of thanks to our friend, Ambassador Pio Borges. Thank you so much. Julia Diaz-Leite, thank you for your participation and for the invitation. I have great company on this panel right now. The two panelists, our panel has been privileged by the fact that we have only two speakers and that they'll have more time to answer questions. We have Alberto Lara. He is the co-director of Social Development Group and former Vice Minister of Security and Defense of Colombia. Director He's been working in the public sector for over 40 years. He's got a long CV, a long curriculum. In the course of his career, he held many important positions in the Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Defense, Director of Public Attorney's Office, and so on and so forth. Right, Alberto? He's had a brilliant career and recently has been focusing on peace and justice, transitional peace and justice and security, contributing to the review of human rights policies and the defense sector. Notwithstanding our age difference, we have here Samira Bueno. Thank you so much, Samira. It's a great chance to see you again. Samira is the executive director of the Brazilian Forum on Public Security. I will sum up her CV as well. She has a degree in political science from the São Paulo University, and she has a master's and a PhD in public administration and governance from Getúlio Vargas Foundation. She had a PhD internship at the Latin American Studies Center at the Cambridge University, and so on and so forth. Samira, even though she's quite young, she has had extensive experience on this topic when it comes to public security, data gathering and processing. Our panel, I'm not saying that other people are not important, because they're all interlinked. All the panels have an interface among them. But this one panel that I'm moderating is very current, very up to date. It is about organized crime and democracy. It's the global scale of a parallel state that we have today when it comes to organized crime in Brazil, in Latin America, and we're going to focus also on Europe here. So we're going to see the rise of organized crime, and that is a rising concern, particularly in regions such as Latin America and the Caribbean, with an influence on Europe as well, ripple effects on Europe, the infiltration of organized crime and the social structures. That is the reality we're facing. It stands for a direct challenge to democratic institutions in Brazil, as well as other countries in Latin America. The organizing committee has given me three main axes that could be turned into three questions. But I will ask our dear panelists, Samira and Alberto, I will rate the three pillars to you and your 10-minute presentations. You will please tackle them, if you will. The first pillar is, what is the current state of international cooperation and the fight against organized crime around the world, especially between Latin America and Europe? Second pillar, or the second demand, our second question or issue, what is the current state of the rise of organized crime in Europe vis-a-vis the strengthening of criminal groups in Latin America and the Caribbean? What are the possible solutions to combat organized crime around the world? And thirdly, the third pillar or axis, what are the strategies that could be used to curb the influence of criminal elements in politics, governance, and law enforcement? Is it possible to talk about a parallel state when it comes to organized crime, a resilient organized crime? That's a very pressing issue. I'd like to open a little footnote here. Here we're on the eve of a municipal election in Brazil on Sunday. And a week and a half from now, I remember in 2008, I was the head of the parachuters unit, 5,500 men, and the electoral court system in Rio de Janeiro back in 2008. We're in 2024. So they reached an agreement with the armed forces. At the time, it was the Ministry of Defense, in which the federal armed forces should occupy It was an agreement with 32 cities in the state of Rio de Janeiro to ensure the safety of the elections. And in Rio, particularly leading my unit, we occupied 16 units, underprivileged communities, so that the electoral court system could go in and do the proper surveillance and to make sure that elections were being carried out properly. And on the election day, it's the same thing. It's the 2008, because the militia were actually rampant around those communities. That was the seed of organized crime. So I will call on Samara to tackle specifically this topic. And thank you so much. And she does deserve a round of applause from all of us, doesn't she? Thank you. Thank you, Fernando. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'd like to thank you for the invitation from Cass Sebri and the Ambassador of the European Union to Brazil, and the invitation to be here with you. I'd like to salute my two ministers and friends, Fernando and Alberto. It's a great responsibility to share this panel with them. And I think that I will start my talk. And I see here that the clock is ticking. We're talking about challenges of Brazil, and you were saying that in 2008 you were doing surveillance with the army of territories that were highly vulnerable to ensure proper elections because of the influence of organized crime and the threats of organized crime on the election. I would like to start off dealing with your second question, to talk about the expansion of organized crime in Brazil and how that stands for a threat to democracy. We are in a forum in which the overarching discussion is multilateralism. We know that the topic of public security ends up not being a priority in these fora. I think that we should take a few steps back to look upon this context in Brazil. I can imagine that many of you in the audience today are from Rio de Janeiro. When we talk about organized crime, we think of the Red Command and the militia, and everything harks back to local issues, but today this is a threat that is quite national, really. I dare say it's a national issue. It's been decades in the making, but our states, I'm from Sao Paulo state. Sao Paulo and Rio de Janeiro have a huge responsibility in the framework that we're facing, because the two main factions, criminal factions in Brazil, are the ones that came from our states, the Red Command and the PCC. And they vie for drug dealing operations and trafficking routes and illicit businesses, and they widened their scope of activity, and that led to an alliance with many local groups. It's not that Brazil didn't have, in the past decade or 30 years ago, criminal groups acting in the north and northeast of Brazil. But the fact that two illegal criminal activities with such a high level of professionalism and their business dealings, they began to associate themselves with local groups, led to a growth, an unprecedented growth of illegal activities in the past few decades. And what we have nowadays in the north and northeast, we have states, not by coincidence, we have the highest rates of lethal violence in the past few years, because illicit markets and organized criminal gangs will solve their conflicts through violence, and that leads to a whole lot of deaths, to many, many fatalities. We need to draw people's attention to this expansion. When I talk about expansion, the latest survey by Sinapeng talks about over 80 criminal organizations in Brazil today, and they operate in drug trafficking, and that is a reality we face. I think that we need to draw people's attention to three issues: social, political, and economic consequences of this process. Social consequences are quite clear, not only through the increase of violence in the Amazon, for example, in the past few years. It stands for a threat to traditional communities with roots that have been forged across those territories. The Solimões route, and that's used to flow for the flow of cocaine due to the strategic position of Brazil among one of the main exporters of cocaine in the world. Policies are we're concerned about policies. I'm talking about two dimensions: the interference in the political world. Increasingly, members of criminal factions are getting elected to legislative positions and accounts courts as well. And there's another element that I think we should that has to do with corruption, the state corruption. Crime only develops. Organized crime only gets disseminated because it relies on state corruption. And that's a determining factor, an overriding factor. Many of the people that should be focused on curbing crime, many times have been corrupted by crime. We have the case of militia in Rio de Janeiro with ample participation of policemen and women, cops, if you will. It's not, since we're in Rio de Janeiro, this is the perfect example of the corruption of agents that are hired and paid to enforce the law, and that they're on the other side of the fence today. And the economic conditions, we have a hard time separating the economic formal economy from the economy of crime. Money laundering activities that criminal groups have developed, particularly PCC, and they have been developing over time, over the past few years, turned this whole panorama into a big challenge. And our debate is whether organized crime was doing money laundering through public transportation and gas stations, for example. And nowadays they have full control over the chain of fuels directly from the source. For example, the fuels come and they're mixed and they're not pristine. Like in illegal mining, for example, is also a case in point. They began to have bear influence of narco drug dealers. Many illicit activities are going on today in the Amazon. That's a reality. For example, you go to Roraima, you have many illegal mining activities founded by PCC, controlled by the PCC. The whole logistics is shared. Illegal logging and mining, they go hand in hand with drug dealing. All of these illicit and criminal activities start acting through partnerships that are all the more frequent, and that turns the Brazilian economy into an easy prey to these activities. We have upper middle class neighborhoods in Sao Paulo. An apartment is worth 10, 20 million reais. We know that these buildings or this real estate is part of a big money laundering operation by these criminal organizations. We're not talking about peripheries and low-class neighborhoods. I'm talking about upper middle-class neighborhoods in which real estate is being controlled by organized crime. That's quite a source of major concern. I'm going to go quickly now because we are running out of time. The strategies that we have at our disposal or that we haven't adopted to curb the growth of illegal activities and to check the development of crime. We're talking about international cooperation and how it affects Europe. All the cocaine that goes to Europe goes through Brazil. So somehow the drug dealers are putting pressure to bear and leading to social consequences in Europe. For us to talk about international cooperation, we must take a step back and think of international cooperation and the challenges that we have in Brazil, and with a federative structure of 27 federative units. Each state has its own public attorney's office and police departments and federal police, COAF, and the Income Revenues Department. So they should work together as opposed to individually to be able to face crime. But that doesn't happen, not even at the local level. But we have to actually get the civil police and the military police to work together in tandem with the judicial, the legal system. This dialogue is very hard to ensure. What happens at the level of states and is they work in isolation. These forces, these departments work in isolation. most of the cooperation we have works at the federal level, not at the state or municipal level. And that is a source of problems here. The head of the Federal Police of Brazil, Andre, is a member of Maripol, and we have the first Brazilian delegate in charge of Interpol. So we have some initiatives that are taking place and some possibilities of partnerships and cooperation agreements that aim at dealing with these challenges. But something that we must keep in mind is that if we're not able to establish a governance mechanism so that the Brazilian states will work together with the federal government to try to check the growth of illegal crime, of illegal activities. We're bound for failure. And if we're not able to take care of your own backyard, and what kind of success do we hope to get? So that's a clear message to all of us. And we have some positive examples of initiatives that have been undertaken. The Public Attorney's Office of São Paulo State recently, they've led quite a few operations looking for ways to stop money laundering by the PCC and public transportation companies in the state of São Paulo. A lot of the money was being laundered and supposedly legal activities, and there were international activities aimed at blocking the goods and the money that goes through these activities. And that's yet another possibility that we have to keep working on more frequently, and that's cooperation at the state level, especially with GAECOs and the Public Attorney's Office, that today have a pivotal role to play in investigating organized crime.
So I'd just like to tell you that state-level police forces are fully ready for that challenge, but we simply are not. Brazil has a public safety model under which comprehensive policing and the confrontation with drug trafficking, this model of the war on drug trafficking, was hyper-militarized. Unfortunately, we left judicial police in the background. If civil police officers are essential portions of our criminal system, they have been marginalized, especially by politicians, which often prioritizes military police. So our homework is pretty much to strengthen the investigational aspect of our police forces, and of course, never leave behind the issue of corruption and how much of a priority it needs to be in order for us to actually confront corruption. Well, lastly, I'd just like to say that Brazil has recently signed an agreement with Portugal in order to confront organized crime. And it seems that there's no other way for us to face this challenge if not together. We were talking yesterday about this. Whether in some countries in Latin America we have criminal groups that have some sort of political cause behind it, this is not the political case. The Brazilian criminal organizations, they are in it for the money. If that's their fundamental core, we need to tackle money laundering. It may seem cliche that we need to follow the money, but that's exactly what we need to do. If we don't establish mechanisms of cooperation internally as well as with other countries in the sense of ensuring the blockage of goods and the proper tracking of these resources that are illicit, then it would be very difficult to handle this scenario. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Samira. Roberto Lara, please. Good morning, everyone. A special word of thanks to CAS, to SEBRI, as well as to European Union delegation in Brazil. I would like to celebrate the organization of this forum, in which we are concerning ourselves with the issue of whether there's a way out for global security. And we must raise the alarm for the systemic threat of organized crime, especially in terms of the profound damage done to the system of norms and regulations that sustain democracies and human rights. In order to answer that question, I would first say yes, there are pathways forward, but we cannot do the same things again and again as we continue to see the rise in these threats. Efforts were many to tackle organized crime. The convention and its protocols, regulations and legislations, alliances, bilateral, multilateral cooperation, high-level declarations, the periodic meetings at the technical level, the fora, as well as the many human and economic resources spent. In addition, the effort of the United Nations Office Against Organized Crime, I can mention the Oclase Pact for Latin America. Nonetheless, the advance continues for the crime organizations. They are continuing to develop AI, organized crime self-managed. They are flexible, they are intelligent, and in addition, on a very serious note, they use social inequality for their own ends. And if that were not enough, organized crime is extremely happy with the geopolitical tensions rising in the world. As we have an order based on democratic principles and human rights, in what way has organized crime penetrated the institutionality of democracies? This is initially reproduced in many regions of the world in which there are conditions of social inequality or an abandonment by the state, or where there's ethnic or racial disputes, in areas with precarious educational systems, precarious justice and safety systems as well. Further, organized crime deepens these issues by developing a crime-based rule of law for these populations. These don't have any political or ideological principles. They have their own policies and their ends are their own. That has an effect on the governance of many vulnerable regions. Organized crime can impact democracies in many ways, as well as its institutions and values. That damage can happen at several scales and at various tones. But in general, they use the following procedures. Procedures which, especially in Colombia, are being recorded with the multiplication of criminals after the signature of the peace accords of 2016. Under these, we have the violence exerted against vulnerable populations, especially towards women and children. The exercise of state action like tax levying, having their own justice, the furthering of organizational measures for communities, the direct involvement of populations, often without a choice, to the processes that further drug trafficking and working for these organized crime organizations. There is an establishment of a culture of non-values. They have their own rules for solving their own conflicts, and this has provided an escalation in conflicts. involving especially the younger populations, and of course, establishing a process of dismantling the traditional culture. Sixth, the development of partnerships with state actors, especially through the funding of political campaigns, infiltrating security systems, infiltrating the local judicial branch, co-optation of goods from the state, and corruption in general. In countries that consume a lot of drugs, and today violence is rampant. It is on the rise due to the multiplication of criminal organizations, especially those that traffic drugs, but also for other modalities of transnational crime, all while involving citizens that start to see a deterioration of their security. They see their governments and governors affected. These groups exert social control and have a clear effect on underdeveloped populations. So where do we see the tackling of transnational crime, especially in Latin America? We could answer that in two ways. First one being, there is a continuous effort by governments and by national efforts in order to tackle that threat with Europe and the United States. In addition, a large amount of conventional international instruments, as well as the Office Against Crimes and Drugs. And the other line is that all of these efforts are running in parallel to this rise in organized crime. Here I would like to propose a reflection already made by academia. The states work independently and criminals work in a network. Why is this so? One hypothesis is that the West is very much based on territory and sovereignty. However, the common notion of sovereignty has already stayed in the past. On the other hand, globalization, communication, capital flows, as well as organized crime has made the situation much more challenging. So it's not just about renouncing the exercise of sovereignty by states. It is, however, about adding flexibility, or as a Colombian scholar says, Pedro Prieta, the hybridization of law as well as its institutions in terms of security and criminal perception. Another pertinent question would be, what is the regional political environment that it would be conducive for Latin American states to work in a more collaborative manner? So the truth is, what we see is an absence of multilateral mechanisms in Latin America. And with these unfortunate rise in tensions between heads of state, as well as between state actors, we must understand that this has a very clear effect with the integrity of territories. Of course, in addition to all of the negative consequences of organized crime. There must be practical measures in order to identify instruments that facilitate action for institutions, and then conduct a reorganizing effort for these mechanisms, especially to tackle organized crime in a systematic manner. In addition, it must be possible to think about conferences with United Nations in order to review, update, and adapt the United States Convention Against Organized Crime, as well as its protocols. All of that with the objective of normative framework that represents the interests of the states and establish something like the Roman Statute, under which the most relevant transnational crimes can be deterred. These will be able to be identified. Also, a review and adaptation. In order to conduct a review and adaptation, there must be frankness towards the identification of the main mechanisms for multilateral cooperation. In order to allow for these interoperability processes to take place, we must collaborate and create a more fertile ground in order for us to establish the full judicial and policing cooperation between states. It is also essential for us to realize that the fight against organized crime does not fall only to police and judicial institutions, but also to effective policies established in order to protect more vulnerable areas. On that note, it is extremely important for us to continue to invest in terms of economic efforts, really, in order to strengthen our democracies. All of that, of course, with the objective of translating these ideas into peace. Then we will see stability and security for all. Be that as it may, faced with the reality of organized crime, and while the organizations reach a critical level, we must raise the alarm and make the urgent decisions required which correspond to the urgency that we see today. Thank you. Thank you so much, Alberto and Samira. Thank you for your participation. I have a few questions with me, but I think it would be timely for us to open up for questions. Your hand is already up. I haven't even finished. All right, let's hear your question. And then I will want one more question. So, good morning or afternoon. My name is Pedro Tamares. I study Strategic International Management, the only course in Latin America. I don't have a very favorable opinion, but I would just like to congratulate Samira Bueno. I take part in many of these international events, and I see that people tend to take the blame out of the problem. My sector is not responsible for this, and they throw the ball to another side of the court. And Samira exposed a huge fault, not just in Rio, but in the world, which is public safety. I'll go from micro to macro. How can we talk about public safety or public policy even if we do not invest in education? In these spaces, usually we do not tackle education. If you crunch the numbers, education is the only way to tackle environmental issues, development issues, and more so, investing in the youth. The organized crime in Rio is very much based on that scale of trafficking. One example is the movie Tropa de Elite, which reflects the reality of Rio in a very accurate manner. Organized trafficking uses the youth in order to perpetuate their army. More so than that, military enlisting promotes 1 year of a military academy and then releases these youth to go back to their society, knowing how to use weapons, knowing how to kill. Anyway, let's move to the question. What can we do as defense actors in order to actually invest in actual multilateralism, invest in education, and have a stronger base for security? Sabira? Oh, actually, let's take another question before that. Anyone else? You. Yeah, let's include women. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Samira, Alberto Lara, Fernando Zepia de Silva. Thank you so much for your talks. They were excellent. My question is not all that similar with the colleagues. It is a very interesting question. My question relates to solutions. This panel is about organized crime and democracy at the global scale and the parallel state. And here we're talking about mainly how drug trafficking has taken very clear stances closer to our political class, which seems to be a reality in Brazil as well as in Colombia and Latin America as a whole even. We have a political class established here in Brazil that is directly connected to drug trafficking. And taking the opportunity of the fact that we are close to elections, we have a person who is campaigning to become a representative, and he's very much connected to drug trafficking. So I would ask you about solutions, because it seems that these solutions are, beyond our remit. They are out of our reach. Samira very beautifully mentioned the São Paulo task force, but it seems that the prosecution office of São Paulo has a role that is really unfortunate.
How did we get to this governance system? What makes it up? What's the composition? What are the concrete measures that we can take, and as a society, as institutions, or as citizens, to actually have an impact, a positive impact on the fight against organized crime, especially when it comes to drug dealing? My name is Caroline. I thank you for your attention. I'd like to compliment the two people that asked questions with a question directed especially to Alberto. My question, your focus was a bit geared to Samira and Brazil. I will add to this topic the experience that Alberto has had, which is I would like you to tackle within these questions from our friends from the audience, the experience of Colombia and the fight against organized crime. Can it serve as a role model for other countries in Latin America and Europe? If yes, how? If not, why? Why not? Samira, I will start with you to answer the questions, and I'll add Alberto, if you can jump in and say something about the situation in Colombia. Thank you. Thank you for the questions. I will start off with Pedro. Pedro, I don't know if I have all the answers to your queries. I don't know if I can answer these questions. We're all grappling with these, issues, especially when it comes to Pedro's talk. We're investing in education and the youth. You're perfectly right, but I think you're right on target. Drug dealing saw in the youth and young people and vulnerable populations, low-income populations in Brazil and elsewhere, a chance to co-opt these populations. People need to pay bills at the end of the month. If you don't have a job, if you have no qualifications, more often than not, it's the illicit activities that will provide you with a source of income. That applies to illegal mining, drug dealing. If you go to an illegal mining operation, I have generations of families that are illegal miners, and sometimes they don't even look at themselves as criminals because they've been there all along, and that's all they can do to make ends meet at the end of the month. So I have no doubt that answering your question, I think that our biggest challenge, not just internally, but also thinking of international cooperation, is to look at public security as a social right. And we look at public security from a defense perspective. Of course, we need the army, the armed forces, the security forces delivering a certain service to ensure the law and order. But public security is way more than that. It's a social right. And as such, if you don't have rights to social rights preserved, you don't have access to so many services from the state. I think our big challenge is to turn the key, and when you, as a society, as the world of politics, if we're not able to turn that key, I mean, there have been initiatives in Brazil that have borne fruit along the lines of ensuring social rights. I'm not talking about anything utopian. I'm not reinventing the wheel. We've had experiences, perhaps. For example, Fica Viva Minas Gerais, a Pact for Life with Eduardo Campos in Pernambuco, the state president, Espírito Santo, so many public security projects that came in tandem with a strategic view of how public policies and social policies have to be coupled. And the Workers' Party dreamt of that in Rio de Janeiro. The social PT didn't really bear fruit, but back then, when they began to implement the UPPs, the idea was to place security forces to reoccupy vulnerable territories and then install public policies. But public policies never came in the wake of police occupation. Answering Caroline's question, I think you have brought us a reflection on governance. And many times the public attorney's office is actually drying eyes or doing useless work. When I look at the work of police departments, I think they're doing redundant work a lot more than the public attorney's office. Public attorneys could do a lot more, but they end up not doing everything they could or as much as they should from the point of view of governance. I think that we have lost an opportunity, which was the reform of police departments. Colombia revamped its police departments. Several Latin American countries have done so, but Brazil hasn't done it. A lot of this architecture with which we've been dealing is a legacy of that we didn't have the courage to face that debate at the level of Congress. Today, that's unthinkable. Anything we sent to the National Congress, it's going to get worse. If we think of political architecture and reform of governance, we are going to reform it for the worse and not the best. And you think of, for example, militiamen that are candidates for elective office, for example. It's unthinkable that these people will be elected, and they'll be elected through a landslide in many locations. Many populist, authoritarian politicians with clear ties to criminal organizations, they have a high rate of voter intention. In my city, for example, there's 20% of people are voting for a candidate who is clearly linked to organized crime, has been condemned for defrauding banks and dealing with organized crime and having links to organized crime. The big challenge is to talk to society, which has become radicalized and jumping on the bandwagon of these populist politicians, and to actually move that away from organized crime towards a democratic dialogue as crime advances. The discourse that is not upholding law and order, democracy is not a viable form of government to face crime. That only reinforces authoritarian solutions. It runs counter to everything we've been debating since the beginning of this gathering. Thank you. Pedro, you have mentioned topics that seem to be very important to me in this debate. One of them is, if you faced with a fight against organized crime, there are sectors that have said, look, I don't have anything to do with that. It's not within the scope of my activities. That's a very important activity, a very important topic. When we talk about the current status of the fight against organized crime. Precisely, one of the biggest hurdles that we have that we must overcome is that, particularly in my country, but I believe it happens in all the countries in Latin America, several institutions compete with each other for resources. They vie for resources to face organized crime from different perspectives. It's like they're different compartments in isolation. One of them is fighting against illegal migration, against the trafficking of human beings, drug dealing, as if they didn't understand that all of these issues have a multi-dimension to them, that they have to be read and persecuted within a context that's integral. They must understand that there are elements that render these crimes viable, and there are many processes of hiring among them and links that bring them together, and the state must fight against them as a unified front. And each department has its own competencies and its own jurisdiction, but they're all intertwined in this fight, in this major fight. With respect to cooperation, we see agencies like, for example, particularly the United States agency, that there are differences and competencies and jurisdictions and a struggle for resources and technical support. And multilateral cooperation or bilateral cooperation also runs into the same hurdles, and we have to review them and revise them and change them, especially to place a priority on persecution processes focused on the multi-sectoral conditions and situations of crime. Secondly, effectively, I was saying in my speech that you must not forget that perhaps one of the most important policies to fight against crime is precisely to fight against social injustices through health policies and educational policies and security policies, because crime is self-reproducing, especially in these spaces where the state is absent or you have failed states. I could tell you that the city of Medellin is the second largest city in Colombia after Bogota. Demographically, in the 1970s and 80s, particularly, it was known for the existence of the Cartel de Medellin, led by Pablo Escobar. Medellin, the local governments, successive local governments after this tragedy that meant Pablo Escobar and his cartel, Medellin started working towards empowering the youth, and we know it as the comunas, and you call them favelas in Rio, for example. Of course, Medellin is not a paradise. It's got many problems of public security, but there's been a huge transformation in these spaces and these local neighborhoods and these communities they're very large, to the point at which several communes today are part of they're tourist destinations. Tourists want to visit Medellin, and they go there to get to know the local culture and the street culture and the dance and all grassroots culture and artistic expressions have empowered a whole generation of youth in these localities and these neighborhoods. And obviously, that is perhaps one of the biggest solutions to face the scourge of crime. Caroline. I believe that this relationship, with this proximity between between politicians and drug dealers and the corruption involved in the whole process, that affects all the countries, especially here in Latin America. The experience in Colombia is quite similar. At some point, including the National Congress in Colombia, had a high percentage of senators and congresspeople and the chamber and congressmen and women financed by illegal groups, criminal groups, which have ties to drug dealing and drug trafficking. When the solution to face these big problems must come not only from the state, but also from society as a whole. And now we have civil society has a key role to play in Colombia. We've had many expressions of NGOs, for example, that have taken up the role of the task of actually keeping tabs on all the candidates for President of the Republic and the Congress and National Congress. They've been trying to track the record of all of these candidates, be it regional or local campaigns. And also I understand that in this lecture hall, we have representatives from the media. The media play a pivotal role in this process. They have been called upon, as nobody else has, precisely to supply to the community a transparent opinion and reliable information on who is trying to lead them, be it the country or the small neighborhoods or the local municipalities. People need to know exactly who they're voting for, and that's what we have to do. And what can we learn from Colombia's fight against drug dealing? That's the next question. It's a long history with, there are lots of pros and cons. And of course, we're still fighting that. We're still reviewing and transforming, especially the national police and the military forces of Colombia. They've been going through a process of transformation, adding transparency to their initiatives and getting more professionalized. And also, we're trying to improve the incorporation of women within our armed forces and the police departments. And here, the fundamental point and the struggle against organized crime is the strengthening of intelligence and counterintelligence efforts. It's one of the fundamental elements to fight against this kind of crime. So effectively, we have had a great deal of experience, good and bad experiences, when it comes to this fight, this struggle that we have joined in Colombia. Thank you. Thank you so much, Alberto. I would like to draw on this opportunity on whatever time is left for us. But we can actually add one more question that I feel like asking you. Pertaining to the Amazon region, we do have the G29, the G20 that is scheduled for November. We have the G20 this year here in Brazil, and we have COP30 in Belém, in the heart of the Amazon region. So the eyes of the world will turn to the Amazon. It's not just the Brazilian Amazon, we've got the Colombian Amazon. So many other countries share the Amazon with us. A large chunk of Brazil sits in the Amazon jungle. And you talked about organized crime. Organized crime got to the Amazon, and it's quite strong. In addition to roots, organized crime has set roots in the Amazon region. Illicit drugs, illicit activities, drug dealing, traffic of human beings, and logging, and traffic of animals. It's the largest biome in the biosphere on the planet, and it has been impinged upon by these illegal activities. My question is, the Amazon is both Brazilian and Colombian as well. And looking at the COP30 in Belém and the Amazon, how can we ensure international cooperation to fight organized crime and preserve the Amazon within a context that we live marked by an international crisis? So in whatever little time we still have, I'd like a word from you starting with, let's start off with, I'm going to invert the order. Let's start with, today it was first, ladies first. It used to be the case. Nowadays, the older people first. Older people first. The elderly will go first. It was quite relevant. The question, I understand it. When you talk about security and environmental affairs, effectively, your question has a lot to do with what we're doing, and we're talking about yesterday when we prepared for this forum at the Hilton Hotel. We talked about the separation between the concept of security and the need for protection, environmental protection. In this sense, you have to make all the efforts we can precisely to ensure that the security forces, particularly the police forces and the court system, understand that the deforestation process, especially in Colombia, and the extension of cattle ranching and the cultivation of coca leaves and the extraction and logging, illegal logging, and the extraction of ores and minerals illicitly in our Amazon region, but also in Orinoco, on the Orinoco Basin. They're linked very strictly to organized crime and to transnational organized crime. And actually, we've detained quite a few people last year, vloggers, and we asked our police departments to not to pursue the people, persecute the people that were chopping down the trees, but we actually should try to track the destination of the resources. For example, this timber, where was it going? We had to follow the value chain, and eventually it got to very important entrepreneurs and company owners and business people in our country. Business people that then, through the financial system and other mechanisms, legal mechanisms of the industry and commerce and trade, they do the money laundering of those resources.
All that to say, the way in which all of this affects the Amazon, as well as the proximity of the Orinoco River, is intrinsically connected to criminal organizations, and transnational ones at that, especially when we talk about the exploration of mineral resources. I'm not sure if I would have any answer to that question at all, but I would need to take a step back. International cooperation in the region is key. I agree with everything Alberto has just said. The core issues are connected to the expansion of drug trafficking, of course. It is a public safety issue, as well as a national security issue. This demands strong cooperation between countries in the region in order to confront this challenge, of course. But we have an initial challenge. Again, going back to what I said, it is internal. If you look at the Amazon, one section of it is parallel, another is state, and then you're blocked by police officers that work for the loggers. Anyway, if we're not able to get a grip of this scenario and make it so that access to citizenship actually reaches these territories, then it would be extremely difficult for us to establish international cooperation mechanisms which are immune to these corrupt practices. And these are the central element that allowed crime to take root in there. It's not just a route, they're installed due to corruption, largely. So if we're not able to address this as a central element of our activities, then every cooperation will tend to be redundant. We will always be hostages of the end of that chain. In the case of the Amazon, we really need to discuss this deeply. The biggest challenge today maybe is to connect this discussion. The Ministry of Justice converses with AMA, which is focused on public safety in the Amazon, the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of the Environment. There's a plan for illegal deforestation. We can't really get the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Justice on the same table to discuss this. While we are unable to do it, I believe we will continue to face these difficulties. Great answer. Forgive me to the organizers. I will blame Pedro. Thank you so much to Alberto and to Samira. This is a theme that can very easily run long. And it is Friday, after all. We'll have a beer afterwards. Thank you, Sabri. Thank you to Cass. Congratulations to Pio for his support. Have a great weekend, everyone. And we'll see each other again this afternoon. Thank you so much to all panelists for your excellent discussion. It addressed important topics like the strengthening of criminal groups and their articulation in Europe and Latin America. We have reached the end of the second panel of our conference. Thank you again for your participation. It always enriches the ideas of the conference. After our break, we will continue with two more panels, where climate-based security, local threats and global impacts, and on the horizon, understanding the escalation of geopolitical tensions. Again, do not leave any personal belongings here in the auditorium. Thank you. Have a great lunch.
Muito boa tarde a todos. Eu vou pedir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will now kindly request you to take your seats. We will begin our afternoon sessions. Welcome back. We're back with the International Security Conference, an event organized by the Konrad Adenauer Foundation in Brazil in partnership with the Brazilian Center for International Relations and the delegation of the European Union at Brazil. We will have two more panels with extremely high-level speakers from various countries and institutions. After each panel, we will have some time for a Q&A. For more content such as the ones that are being discussed, please refer to the policy papers that we produce every year. Every year we produce policy papers with themes that have a lot to do with the panels that take place during the event. Now we will begin the third panel. Its theme is Where Climate Meets Security, Local Threats, Global Impacts. Specialists are pointing towards the possibility of overcoming the critical threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius, which could lead to irreversible climate change. The search for energy security in food production is intensifying the geopolitical discussions on climate change. In addition to complexity, there are also threats to security represented by non-state actors. It is essential for us to explore pathways for nations to collaborate and avoid further environmental degradation, as well as the security risks associated with climate change. In addition, rising tensions also get in the way of finding proper solutions for energy security, provoking internal debates on renewable energies, new energy sources, electrification, and more. Another important aspect is the impact of major disasters and its implications for national security. In that context, with the prevalence of climate events, the environmental agenda has become more intertwined with the international security one. In order to debate the complexity of this theme, its impacts and solutions, I will invite our moderator, a professor at the University of São Paulo and academic director of SEBRI, Mr. Feliciano Guimarães. And our speakers, the director of the advanced course in military studies at the Military Service Academy of Colombia, Fabricio Cabrera. and the research at the Institute for Security Studies, ISS, from South Africa, Kagalo Kumeni. Have an excellent panel. Thank you, Luis. Good afternoon, everyone. As Luis said, my name is Feliciano Guimarães. I am a professor at the Institute of International Relations at the University of São Paulo. First of all, I'd just like to thank all of the institutions that are responsible for organizing this very significant conference. It is my second Forte conference, and as you may have realized by now, it is an extremely relevant one, and it is a motive of pride for CEBRI to organize it. So, as our Master of Ceremonies said, this is a very relevant theme, where climate meets security, local threats, and global impacts. This is a theme that has permeated how we think about national security across the globe. In my university in international relations, I know many of the students are here. When I started studying, we didn't have a specific subject on climate change or the environment for that matter. Very few students knew about the theme of climate change. In time, this has changed, and there are specific debates going on about this relationship between climate change and security. And in order to discuss this overarching theme, we have two very high-level speakers. First of all, Mr. Fabricio Cabreiro Ortiz. He's a general of the reserves in the National Army of Colombia. He's a specialist in international relations and the management of military resources, a master in political studies and national security, and a doctor in international security in the National University of Spain. We also have Ms. Kagalo Kumeni, researcher at the ISS, the Institute for Security Studies of South Africa, a longtime partner of CEBRI, one of the most important think tanks in international security in Africa. She has dedicated her career to the defense of the climate, sustainable development, and research and consulting processes. She graduated with distinction in political studies in the University of Hodges, and before coming into ISS, she worked in programs for the youth in South Africa. And she's a former delegate in the South African Institute in International Relations for the G20. That is how we got in touch for the debates at G20. She was also a representative of South African youth for the Framework Convention of the United Nations on Climate Change. Okay, so at least in international relations, maybe we can start thinking about this relationship between climate change and national security. There are at least three ways that we can go about this. The first one is the most common, and maybe the least controversial, to understand how a transforming climate affects military forces and how and why this takes place. Several armed forces across the globe have produced an expressive amount of documents about how to employ their means in environmental contexts, be it environmental disasters or environmental crimes. Brazil is no different. In 2019, we published the Green Book of Defense. I invite all of you to download it and read it to try to understand the schools of thought of the Brazilian armed forces on this. As we saw with all the fires across the country, and especially with the floods in Rio Grande do Sul, the proper deployment of armed forces to tackle climate-related issues, especially in major disasters, has come to stay. And the armed forces of Brazil and many others will continue to follow this trend. Of course, in many countries, including Brazil, there are disputes in terms of how to employ these forces. What is the relationship between environment and climate change and security? This is not established in Brazil or in other ministries like Itamaraty. But it's very hard to avoid. That's the first manner. The second one, which is very dear to us in international relations, is to know whether climate change will lead to an increase in international conflicts. Usually when you say that, people would automatically respond with yes, as it affects essential resources like water, land, and many others. It will, of course, generate conflict. However, the literature is still not as clear in terms of the cause between climate change and the increase in conflicts. There may be a conflict caused by an environmental disaster in one region of the world, and in others it would have other effects, maybe an increase in poverty, but not necessarily a war. The academia is still controversial on this, but there's an increasing framework of evidence of correlating these two. That is, an environmental issue and conflicts and even war. The issue is to know whether this will be a trend. So, if you study this, if you work with environmental issues in your career, you will for sure have to more and more tackle these issues and try to understand the symbiosis between these two, which for sure is not peaceful. And the third way, which is more academic in nature, the third aspect of climate change that involves global security, is the concept of global warming itself as a security threat. If you have an understanding of security as a global and multidimensional issue, and not just in the context of military employment, then the chance of you having national security connected to climate change is very high. Now, we are starting to think about security based on a multidimensional prism. So if that is the path to think about security in that context, then one of these contexts will for sure be climate change. That may be the third trend. However, literature and academia has not established this through a very robust argument. But that's just a trailer for our debate, and we're gonna hear distinct experiences, one focused on the South American context, another focused on Colombia and Latin America. Of course, we will hear differences between these contexts and their needs, but of course, some convergence as well. And the Brazilian experience in the last few weeks, I was in São Paulo, I lived there. I've also had the chance to go to South Africa. I reached São Paulo. When I got off the plane, I automatically smelled smoke. I had never had this experience before. And, on the way to my home, I couldn't see the horizon. A lot of fog. This, of course, is a result of the fires. Rio is a bit more protected due to the closeness to the ocean and the surrounding forest, of course. Imagine if you were in Brasilia or Goiânia or inland. So, climate change has an effect on our lives. This is obvious. But we will see this as a military security issue. More and more, the UN Security Council has been establishing this connection, and it's become natural. The Brazilian government in Itamaraty does not necessarily agree, but maybe in the future this will change. It sees it as a threat to Brazilian sovereignty as we largely control the Amazon region. So this is an ongoing debate. All right, so to begin our conversation, I will start with the first question to Ms. Kambeni. You are first in our panel. So considering the international dimension of the impact of climate change, what are the connections between climate security, and global interests in your opinion? And what lessons can we extract from the South African experience, as well as from other regions, of course? And how can the climate refugees, which is a theme that you study, how does this impact international dynamics? Thank you so much for your presence. You have the floor.
Just want to also give thanks to the Konrad Adenauer Institution for the invitation. and this prestigious event. I think they've outdone themselves, frankly. I want to begin my answer to your question rather with I think a very quaint African proverb that emphasizes the need for collective action, right? And it goes like this: if you want to go quickly, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And I think it really encapsulates the essence of our approach when it comes to climate change. I think climate change, as we know, it's a challenge that really demands a collective action, right? It's one that crosses borders, frankly. It's a pervasive threat multiplier where without global collective action, we cannot tackle this issue at all. And I think it's like you've said, it's an issue that goes beyond just extreme weather patterns. Climate change is an issue that alters agricultural patterns. It alters our daily livelihoods. As we know it, it transcends borders. I like to say that it causes toxic tensions toxic cycles of tension, right? So climate change exists within a web of issues, from defense issues, from geopolitical issues, to your day-to-day agricultural issues. It affects the way in which we live. And we cannot continue to avoid its cross-sectional nature, right? I think when it comes to where we are with climate change, it really entails comprehensive security approaches. It entails a reimagining of traditional paradigms of security. Because I think from where we've been before, we've conceptualized climate change as an issue for your scientists and the guys who study it. And in the last year or so, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, produced a report that basically outlined exactly where we're going as a world on climate change. And frankly, the reality is dark. We have crossed the 1.1 border or point already. We are much more closer to 1.5 than we've ever been before. And now more than ever, we're seeing the real impacts of climate change. I mean, I was in South Africa last week. It's supposed to be spring and it was snowing. Why is it snowing in spring in South Africa? And that's where we are, right? I mean, even if I'm gonna give you a real understanding of where we are as a continent of Africa, we've seen that climate change leads to increased competition of resources. In the Sahel region, people are really battling. In the Sahel region, farmers and herders are struggling because of the very harsh conditions of climate change, which cause tensions of resources, right? So this really gives you an idea of how climate change became an issue that was just the environment to actually daily livelihoods. It then now requires, again, multiple ministries within a government to deal with this issue. I mean, with the snow that happened in South Africa last week, our South African National Defence Force actually came to assist the situation. And I think it goes to show that we aren't exactly prepared to have a real conversation about how much in silos we've been acting in terms of dealing with climate change, right? And if I'm gonna really just add on to this, another part that we haven't really spoken about much, Feliciano, is the impact of climate change on our actual health, right? We've had COVID-19, we've had multiple, health crises in the last 3 years or so, and climate change is a risk multiplier in that way, is that it actually is detrimental to our health. It causes the spreading of diseases. And I know it sounds like I'm giving a lecture on the impacts of climate change, but what I'm trying to do is to really paint a picture of how dark the reality is, in that it's a threat multiplier. It does not act in isolation, rather, it actually stresses other issues that we already have. And I think then it becomes imperative for us to bring in those mechanisms that deal with climate change, right? And if I'm going to give you examples of what's been happening, it's not a new conversation. Multiple stakeholders such as the UN, the African Union, and the European Union have actually placed in measures to deal with climate security. And I'm going to give you a few of those. So the UN established a UN security mechanism. And this mechanism is basically established to integrate climate consideration into peace operations. And I think it gives you an idea of the fact that now, more than ever, we are deploying capacity to deal with climate change, particularly in peace operations, in situations that require peace, right? The European established a European Union's joint communication, which was in June last year, basically highlighting how environmental degradation impacts peace and security across all levels. I mean, the African Union itself, this is an initiative that I'm also supporting with, is the African Union Common Position on Climate, Peace and Security. We were in Nairobi in negotiations 2 weeks ago discussing exactly how we're going to deal with the impacts of climate change on peace and security in Africa. So this, as you can see, the work is already being done. But I think the real conversation we need to have is that how can we cooperate as a world with these issues, with growing geopolitical rivalries and tensions, interests as well? How do we balance all of those needs, right? Because we all know climate change is an issue that is escalating mass migration, resource scarcity, water insecurity, energy insecurity as well. Water, food, all of these things are impacted by climate change. But I think within this world that we're moving in, where geopolitical tensions are becoming more rife than ever, where there is a race for power, right? It's important for us to have a conversation, particularly as the developing world, as to how will we tackle climate change in a way that really gets down to the real issues, keeping in mind all of the problems that we're going through, right? Another thing that's been happening is the transition to renewable energy. And I think the transition to renewable energy tends to be left out of the conversation of climate security, which I don't understand why, right? I mean, we're seeing now more than ever that energy security is intensifying in these geopolitical discussions. And we don't talk about how, with Russia's invasion in Ukraine as well, how that really exacerbated energy insecurity all around the world. Food security is multiple crises. So as you can see, climate change does not only act as a threat multiplier, it exists within multiple threats, right? And I think it's something that is critical for us to really engage with and think about as well. Another thing as well, I mean, we're seeing with the ongoing conflicts in the Democratic Republic of Congo, we're seeing how minerals themselves are concentrated and are being used. Critical minerals. We cannot have an energy transition without critical minerals. And I think it's very important for us to really think about how the situations such as the DRC have increased geopolitical competition over resources and access and control. That's what it's about. It's about power. And I know that there's quite a few IR students here. So we're seeing that climate change also exists as a threat multiplier, but also it exists within a situation that causes the pooling of power, tensions for power, right? I hope I'm not going above time. Okay. So about 3 weeks ago, my colleagues and I were in Stockholm for Stockholm World Water Week, right? And we hosted an event engaging on water and armed conflict. And among the key outcomes of the event, while covering issues such as Gaza, the border Palestine, Ukraine, and Sudan, the seminar that we had really emphasized the nuance in how we characterize water and the role of water in armed conflict, right? And basically, I'm going to give you 3 key outcomes of the event. And the first was water is a trigger. a trigger of conflict, and I think water tends to be left out of the climate security discussion as well. Sorry, I'm throwing many things here, but these are things we have to engage on, right? With a water scarce world, less than 7% of our water on this earth is it's drinkable, meaning that the rest of it is not. And with all of that, we have to think about how water can act as a trigger for conflict. It can act as a trigger for conflict because of access to power, to control of. Water can act as a casualty in war. For example, Gaza. Water can act as a weapon. It can be intentionally used as a tool of war, restricting access to contaminating water resources. So really, we're seeing that climate change, water, these issues regarding resources as well, really exist among a toxic triangle that interlinkages conflict, corruption as well, right? And we have to then see climate change as a significant threat that exists within an environment of corrupt actors, geopolitical tensions, the race for power, right? And I think a key thing that I would have hoped for, I hope for us to do here is to understand how we can utilize multilateralism and strengthen our multilateral institutions in order to deal with climate change. And I'm really, really grateful that Brazil has such a good opportunity to really lead and strengthen global leadership in terms of this, from hosting G20 in 2024 to BRICS in 2025 and COP30. Right? I think these are key multilateral, plurilateral opportunities to really strengthen, particularly where the Global South stands in addressing these issues. And I think in such a multipolar world where money is everything, that the conversation also needs to be had about how in this climate security dimension, we actually don't have investment. We don't have investment that goes into this theme of climate security because it's still an emerging discussion. We barely have enough investment into adaptation. So we really have to think about how we can broaden the work on climate security and strengthen the work that already is. So I want to have a few suggestions, if you don't mind. I'm going to use my 1 minute to give you some recommendations as to how we can really address climate security. The first, I say we have to strengthen cooperation globally on climate security. And I think the fact that we have a Paris Agreement is great, but the Paris Agreement does not account for climate security. And I think climate security looks different all over the world. It does not look the same in Africa. It doesn't look the same in South America. And I think that's fair. But we need a global climate security council, perhaps in the United Nations, to serve as a focal point to coordinate international efforts when it comes to climate security. And until we actually have dedicated mechanisms to deal with climate security, we will not actually really get into international action on climate change, because the security discussion has become more mainstreamed now. Again, there's other issues as well, finding out how can we leverage the growth of technologies, artificial intelligence into climate change, and all of those kinds of things. I'm going to end now. But I think the most important thing is the tools to deal with climate change. And I think we have to keep the countries that have emitted more or in the environment to account, particularly with this unequal financial architecture that we exist in. We cannot have and address climate change without funding. And I think to close, I think that the time for action is now. We cannot move and be slow. We have to be urgent. We have to have wisdom when it comes to these issues. And I think we can forge a path that is more resilient and equitable when it comes to climate change. I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
Obrigado, senhora Kumbeni. Muito.
Thank you, Ms. Kumbeni. Very interesting, your analysis. At least the word that got into my mind. Climate is a threat multiplier. I think that was very, very poignant in your presentation. I'd like to give the floor now to Mr. Fabricio Cabrera Ortiz with a question. Second question of our concept note here. And climate change and the fight for new sources of energy, it exacerbates geopolitical tensions, and how we can be cooperative about it, and how to deal with a scarcity of natural resources at times of war. Mr. Ortiz, thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. You have the floor. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to extend my a note of thank you, especially to Sabri and the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. I'm so glad to see so many students in this lecture hall, and I'm very well impressed by the Brazilian people that welcomed us to this event. I'd like to direct my answer, if you allow me. Feliciano, I'm going to divide it up in two parts. I'm going to give you a reflection on climate change, even though for most people it seemed that it's on the permanent agenda, but we need a lot more awareness. And the second part will be directed to answering your question specifically. I would like to start off by saying that May 5th, 2023, the World Health Organization declared the end of the worst humanitarian crisis in our lifetime, which was COVID-19. It was a time of relief, but also a time to reflect, because today mankind faces not one, but three existential threats. We keep fighting over social and political tensions stemming from the pandemic, and we know that new viruses will come to haunt us. But in the meantime, climate change has been disturbing the lives of millions and millions of people, and putting at risk the survival itself of the whole population. As if it weren't enough, new technologies will redefine our way to live, think, and connect with other people, delineating a new future for our species. Our future depends on how we will respond to these interconnected crises. The climate change will change life as we know it. It will generate instability in our shared homes, putting pressure on the economies, increasing geopolitical conflicts, and deepening inequalities. Climate change, over and above any war, will force millions of people to seek refuge away from their homes. To face this crisis, we need cooperation, unprecedented levels of cooperation that will bring governments, companies, and citizens together in spite of their differences, as if they were at war against a common enemy, because essentially we are. The fight against climate change requires us to leave behind our divisions, and it forces us to work together towards a sustainable future for all of us. And that's why I would like to define climate change as a threat. It's an enemy without a face. It's a silent enemy, and it's a borderless enemy. It pervades the whole planet. As Bartek stated, climate change is a different kind of enemy. It doesn't have a flag, doesn't have leaders, it doesn't have ideologies, but it is present everywhere in every single small town in the whole world, and it affects all lives and all human beings. This global phenomenon has a multiplier of risks, an amplifier of weaknesses, and a catalyst for conflicts. It exacerbates pre-existing tensions, and it creates new threats. Even though we may get prepared for wars, we are still insecure on how to face the inevitable consequences of climate change. Differently from a traditional enemy against whom military armed forces are our main defense. In this fight, we must all participate: diplomats, companies, environmentalists and organizations and citizens. In the meantime, the armed forces must concentrate on the repercussions of climate change on global security. Military experts are warning us against these consequences. The global military councils around the world that bring together military officers from all over the world. For a decade, they've been warning us about the security implications of climate change. In its first joint declaration in October 2009, this council warned us that ignoring these threats will lead to costly results. It will visit a great deal of suffering upon nations, and it will exacerbate the need for a military response. Also, it is urgent that we start to get ready to live in a world that's profoundly changed, because this enemy, climate change and environmental degradation, will affect the human security as well as international security. The other point I'd like to strengthen in my introductory remarks is that we have to move from awareness to real action when it comes to dealing with climate change. And over and above the rivalry between China and the United States, or geopolitical tensions caused by Russia, the pandemic revealed the profound cleavages in the world, exposing the lack of international cooperation and the incapacity and ability of leaders to work jointly towards a common goal. The G7 used to lead the world's responses, but the rise of other powers like China has fragmented global power. Since the financial crisis of 2008, the G8 lacks a common vision on democracy and economic matters, which renders it difficult for us to have a coordinated effort. We hope that in November this year, under the presidency of Brazil, the G20 will make greater contributions to ensure solutions to our pressing issues. The question of G0, described by Bremer, describes a reality that no countries or institutions have the capacity, the ability to lead and sufficiently solve global problems like climate change. Within this scenario, the isolation and nationalistic policies, opening a footnote, especially by some countries, have weakened multilateral institutions and global alliances like NATO and the United Nations, a topic that has been tackled in previous panels. The pandemic taught us a clear lesson. Multilateralism is not a luxury. It's actually a requirement for us to live in a better world. Fomenting cooperation and generating trust among nations, it's the only way we can face the problems of the 21st century towards building a more equitable and fair society, a world. On the contrary, we've seen a rising geopolitical tensions, competition over resources, and a worrisome trend towards isolation. This lack of cooperation has left the world more vulnerable and not prepared to face rising challenges like climate change, which requires a multilateral focus. The second part, I'd like to answer Feliciana's question: climate change and the rivalry over new sources of energy. These are key factors that aggravate geopolitical tensions, like you have mentioned. As the effects of climate change intensify, the competition for essential resources like water, foodstuffs, and access to renewable energies will become ever more acute, especially in regions where resources are limited. This dynamic could and should, it will trigger conflicts among nations, leveraged by the rising demand for critical minerals like lithium and copper, which are crucial to clean technologies and the energy transition. Within this context, the geopolitical tensions have been aggravated by many factors. First of all, access access to natural resources, essential natural resources. It has become a focus of conflict because the countries that need these resources will vie for the control of renewable energy sources. Secondly, forest migration triggered by the effects of climate change, such as droughts and floods, will generate additional pressures on receiving countries, thereby increasing the risk of social and political tensions.
In addition, the energy transition towards renewable sources shifts the balance of the global powers, and some countries obtain critical advantages which could destabilize international relations. Now, to tackle these challenges, what do we require? We must adopt a collaborative approach and a multidimensional approach as well. As I mentioned, multilateral agreements are essential in order to, in a sustainable manner, manage the water resources, all of the key resources that are part of the energy transition. Technological renewal should stoke research and development in order to optimize the use of resources and reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. In parallel, we must make society at large more aware about the implications of the climate change. We must build sustainable policies in order to contribute to this, internationally speaking. The management of these resources have become an urgent challenge. A major humanitarian approach is required in order to ensure the equitable distribution of basic resources like water, food, and to mitigate the suffering of the populations that are affected. Peace negotiations must incorporate resource management as a key factor in order to seek peaceful resolutions that will promote long-term stability. In the same way, it is indispensable for us to promote sustainable practices, integrating local communities, and properly managing the available resources. And just to close, in order to face these challenges, we require, above all, focus. We must involve all societies. Only through a global sustainable collaboration framework will it be possible to mitigate geopolitical tensions. The management of these resources collaboratively will for sure contribute to a more peaceful future. Thank you. Thank you, General, for your testimonial. As you may have heard in the second portion of his response, there's a strong relationship between resource scarcity caused by climate change with national security. It is one of the main triggers between that relationship. We still have 22 minutes on our clock, so I would like to open up the floor for you to ask questions to our speakers. Please identify yourselves. A mic will make its way to you, and please be concise. You are not a speaker. If you're my student, especially. Good afternoon, my name is Mariana. I am an international relations graduate. My question is quite simple. We have a speaker from Colombia, one from Brazil, and one from South America, 3 countries in the global south. So my question is basically, how can the global south try to develop? We still have a long way to go in terms of development while keeping climate change in mind. So how to develop sustainably, basically. Thank you. Let's take one more question. Do I have to choose? Okay. You. and then you. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is João Pedro. I am an international relations student. My question comes with a small context of a dam that was built in the Ethiopian portion of the Nile, and Egypt has been calling attention to a possible lack of supply to some families. In that context, is it possible that a war could rise between these two countries due to the struggle for natural resources? Now the third question. Good afternoon, I'm Natalia. I'm a researcher in the Military Service Academy. My question is, due to the rising militarization of the Arctic, especially due to the cooperation between China and Russia, and considering the geopolitical interests of the remainder of the countries in that region, in both poles as those regions have been melting due to climate change, I wanted to know from you, how do you believe that the world can respond to that challenge? What are the political or the civil society related actions that we can take? Thank you. Can we begin with you? Please.
I will attempt to answer the questions from the top to the bottom, from the first to the last. With the first question, how do we develop while keeping climate change in mind? I think that's the issue, right? We are thinking of climate change as a separate thing to development as a concept, right? And even when we sit down with practitioners, they say, let's mainstream climate change. I think that's where we're going wrong. The most important thing when it comes to climate change is not treating it as an isolated issue. So I think it's very important that when we deal with climate change, it becomes a development issue. So we don't develop while thinking about climate change. We develop considering every single thing that relates to climate change. I hope that makes sense. But I think the most important thing with climate change is about understanding that it is not an issue that you can single out of something. So when we talk about food security, you cannot talk about food security without considering climate change. When we talk about water, when we talk about energy, when we talk about conflict. So all of these things are interrelated. Same thing when it comes to youth issues, when it comes to education. Climate change intersects in all of those issues. It is not an issue that you isolate. The other thing as well is that with climate change, the biggest concern that I have tends to be finance, right? We cannot deal effectively with climate change without actually factoring in the financial means it requires to deal with it. It is very expensive to adapt to climate change. It requires climate resilient infrastructure. It requires climate resilient responses to issues. Even when we think about building, urban planning, all of these issues require thinking ahead, right? Climate change is an issue that requires thinking ahead, but most importantly, thinking about the vulnerable communities that will be affected in a specific scenario, right? I think when it comes to the question about the dam, right? The dam that was built, the most critical thing that I think needs to be remembered is the 3 pointers that I mentioned about water, right? That water does not only act as a causer of conflict, it is also a casualty of conflict. So in that situation, particularly when it's cross-border, transboundary conflict is very common on our continent, such on the African continent, such as Lake Chad Basin, the Sahel region as well. Cross-border conflict is something that is not new, And it's something where we've seen that peacekeeping missions have been sent and haven't actually had the capacity to deal with climate responsive approaches to peacekeeping, right? I think oftentimes when it comes to issues such as water, they are fragility amplifiers and they are threat multipliers. So in a situation like that, it could arise that you'd have a situation of conflict. But the most important thing I think we tend to leave out a lot in climate security discussions is the issue of early warning systems, right? Not just early warning systems of actually predicting the weather and predicting what is going to happen, but predicting conflict as well. So how do we navigate that? Because it's a key discussion as to when you do have a situation where you're like, this could potentially trigger conflict, but also it's a situation that is linked to extreme weather patterns that have changed over time. So it's important that, again, we get our heads in a row and think about how between, for example, defense ministries and your environment ministries and your science and technology ministries on how we can sit down and develop climate security responses and early warning systems that account for climate security nexus. I think when it comes to the last question, hey, I will attempt to answer effectively. But what we're seeing is that the climate space has also become quite a competitive space, okay? I'm trying my best to answer this question, but I think it's tricky, hey? It's become such a competitive space that it cannot be a job that is done by government anymore. It's a job that it requires multiple actors. It requires your civil society, for example. It requires, nowadays, your large companies are actually playing such a huge role in climate change. Your oil companies, your tech companies, Google, etc. They are playing a very big role and are acting as states, as sovereign states. And I think it's becoming more critical than ever to have these organizations, to have your civil societies, but also to have the young people. Brazil is rich with a youth demographic that has the opportunity to really step in and deal with these issues. And I know that it has a vibrant youth community that is always represented at your multilateral convenings such as UNGA and COP. Very, very big group of young people I always meet at COP when they are representing Brazil. And I think obviously it's now more important than ever to have that kind of space where the climate discussion is not just a state-led discussion, but it includes indigenous communities, young people, women, vulnerable communities.
Obrigado, Kumbeni.
Thank you so much, Kumbeni. She's part of the South African think tank, and they have a very interesting project which I haven't seen anything like in Brazil. It's called an early warning system, the Africa for the next 50 years. So they have a team in ISS, many of them trained in international relations, whose objective is to design perspectives for the African countries in the next 50 years so that you can plan more easily, design public policy. So that's key. And this is an open call for especially my international relations students. Really do invest time into that. Investigate the type of method, the perspective of future scenarios with the existing databases. There's a lot of lessons. There's a way for you to train yourself in international relations, which is not as common in Brazil, but at the ISS, they have that expertise. The first time I saw that project was in Germany, and it would be very interesting for us to have something similar in Brazil. Now, General, we still have 12 minutes. The General will provide answers, but we will have more time for one extra question. As for the first question, this is a fundamental subject. We know that the political leaders, unfortunately, are not as interested in long-term policy. They're more concerned with situations that will generate votes. And climate change, unfortunately, does not have a high degree of political return. The politicians will not be able to receive the fruits from their actions as much as in other issues. So our interests as citizens, they are about solutions that are required right now, right? So I consider that the UN has been making quite a clear effort towards the 2030 SDGs. It is a good beginning. It's a nice starting point for that. But it is also important to understand, and here I want to mention the example of the border between Brazil, Peru, and Colombia, all of that in the Amazon region. They've done a lot of work in policing, in partnership with civil society. This is an area that is permeated by transnational crime, and there isn't really public policy implemented in that region in order to avoid harming the Amazon region across these three countries. The participation of private companies in that region has been essential to do grassroots work and raising awareness in these regions. We have many works being developed by large companies. They have been building roads with environmental security, sustainable projects. These are some ways through which the government can also receive the taxes for these. So as for the second question, and as my colleague said, yes, a conflict is very possible. Just as a reminder, in 2011, with the Arab Spring, Ethiopia was building the dam that you just mentioned. These are 3,000 kilometers, I believe, of a river. So it crosses many conflict regions. Yeah, there can be a conflict. There's the Hindu River, which also crosses three countries, India, Pakistan, and Nepal. There was also an attack that took place in Kashmir, where 40 Indian soldiers were killed. So they closed the river. Well, they didn't fully close, but the Pakistani threatened it, and it would be an act of war. I think that was 2019. So yeah. And as for the third question, yes, the polar regions are permeated by the interests of great powers. Maybe it's about opening a new maritime route. I believe that all of you understand that as the ice melts, CO2 is released into the atmosphere, and that increases the issue. I don't think we can go any longer here, but citizens really do need to get involved at the global level. We need social movements to call the attention of these leaders to these issues. We have time for one more question. Your name and your question? Good afternoon. Great talks. Very interesting information. I would ask if you would allow me to ask 3 questions. Okay, just one then. So my name is Sérgio Araújo. I'm from the Forte de Defesa magazine, a university journal. So my question is, we know that natural resources and even nature as a whole is an object of greed by many countries. And the countries with the highest level of natural resources, they suffer the greed of other places as well. So when you talk about water, for example, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that Brazil has about 50 to 80% of all of the potable water in the world. Our aquifers, our dams, these are essential.
I'd like to ask Mr. Feliciano, if Brazil, faced with everything that's going on in the world, is it a potential target for, in case of climate change, will it affect other countries in the world, lack of water supply, among other issues? Do you think Brazil would be at risk in the future because of this issue of water scarcity? Thank you. Is the moderator allowed to answer questions? Wouldn't know exactly. I know that in Brazil is feeling that Brazil one day could be the target for international ambitions over water and other resources. Is notorious. There will always be an economic interest on natural resources of Brazil on the part of foreign powers. Undoubtedly, the question is how we will react to this kind of demand or ambition by foreign powers over Brazilian resources. What I find we should change, what I think we should change on the part of the Brazilian government is that we need, and it has to do with this panel, we would have to have an active part in the relationship between climate change and security, not a defensive role, but an active role to play. When you talk to Brazilian officials in certain ministries, the first reaction is that there are international interests, foreign interests, a country with so many natural resources, whether the connection between climate change and international security becomes a global pattern, automatically we could become a target in the future if that's the reality that we're facing. And I fully agree. I think that this panel went into that direction. Climate change and international security, they're intertwined, they're interconnected. It's incumbent upon the Brazilian government and academics and civil society to get engaged in terms of facing these concepts and participating in the building and the construction of concepts, be it under the aegis of international law or in academia. I have a BA in international affairs, but I never actually had courses in environmental affairs. It was a mistake, a gap in my education. Back in the 90s, I was doing international relations, and I was not concerned about climate change, and my professors weren't either. Recently, I've been making intellectual investments, if you will, in the nexus between security and climate change, not on the side of development per se, as we talked about before, but actually climate change and international security. What I would tell my international affairs students and other undergraduate students as well, and within this area, is to invest intellectually, to make a strong intellectual investment of the whole discussion on climate change and its many facets and dimensions. You should choose one or two of these areas to devote yourselves to and to get ready to work on these topics. At SABRI, for example, the SABRI staff has grown remarkably in the past. This year, because of the G20, if we get CVs from students that are experts in climate change, that's always something very favorably looked upon, because international demand, especially in Brazil, is to talk about climate change and access to resources and the nexus between climate change and international security. So to wrap up, I think there is a great deal of international interest on natural resources in Brazil, and as well as in so many other countries, but it's up to Brazilian society to have an active and constructive constructive role, be it to defend itself or to participate and build international consensus. We're walking towards a second goal. If you get the G20 agenda, the results of the G20, the environmental issues and climate change, it's everywhere in the declaration and the statement. BRICS keep talking about that, and especially next year at COP30 in Brazil, it's the time, it's the venue that we have to play that active role. And then we can wrap up our panel. We've had a great discussion. Thank you for the questions, and thank you for everybody for listening, and both speakers that we had for their brilliant remarks. Thank you so much. And yeah, we'll move on now to the next panel. Thank you so much to our speakers and students and audience members.
Muito obrigado aos palestrantes.
Thank you so much to Fabrício Cabrera, Claudio, and Feliciano. We're getting to the last panel of the Forte conference to end this conference on a wonderful note. On the horizon, understanding climate and security issues. We've talked about cooperation, geopolitics, and multilateralism, almost as antagonic concepts, opposite concepts that turn the waters in which we navigate into something more disturbing and confusing. Is it possible to find a way out? At the core of geopolitical tensions, we have factors that include the dynamics of power, competition over resources, conflicting ideologies as the main global powers compete amongst themselves for influence and control. Disputes over territory, trade, and territorial interests are getting worse and worse. And now we have to overcome the perceptible global rifts that you have in the world today. I will invite on stage Professor Oliver Stunkel, professor at the Getúlio Vargas Foundation in Brazil. Congresswoman Catarina dos Santos Wentz, member of the German Federal Parliament Bundestag, CDU-CSU, of the Federal Parliament of Germany, Bundestag. The head of the Global Partnership Engagement Section at NATO's Public Diplomacy Division, Barbara Marankova. And last but not least, the professor at the Superior War School Military Service Academy and senior fellow at SEBRI, Ronaldo Carmona. I wish you all a wonderful panel. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be able to moderate this last panel. I fully agree. We're going to end it on a keynote, on a wonderful note. It's a very relevant topic. We're faced with a transition that's crucial. Perhaps the biggest transition we've ever had in the international system over decades, certainly ever since the end of the Cold War. We're beginning a period of multipolarity that has already, in the past few years, produced a high incidence of instability, geopolitical instability. We're faced with a geopoliticization of the economy, with an increased frequency of economic sanctions, commercial trade wars, and hybrid wars. The world in which we all know over the past decades, it is in the process of disintegration, unraveling, if you will. It's a pleasure to have the chance to listen to people that will give us distinct perspectives on how to deal with these challenges. In addition, obviously, as we just heard, there are many technologies, such as artificial intelligence, that represent possibly factors that may increase the instability of the global scenario. You've heard the members of the panel. We will start off with Congresswoman Catarina dos Santos Wins, and then we'll have Barbara Marankova from the Public Diplomacy Division of NATO in Belgium. And then last but not least, we'll hear from Dr. Ronaldo Cremona at the War Academy and Sabri. After the presentations, we hope to have some time for Q&A, for some debate with questions from the audience, and we'll have a brief discussion. With no further ado, I'll give the floor to Congresswoman Catarina dos Santos Wins. Good afternoon. I will change to English, and so I can speak Portuguese later.
Don't worry, I'm not going to summarize a history book. You had a relative stability in a rule-based order. At least from a European perspective, it was like this. So this gave economy, but also our societies, a security and also a more or less safe general condition to operate in and to live in. And in the last 10 or 15 years, we saw a growing erosion of this system that we live in. We see players trying to, or also succeeding to, erode this system we built and really also openly trying to break it. I have to speak about Russia. Look at Georgia, look at Ukraine, 2014, 2022. Jonathan explained this morning, I think beautifully, so I will not add anything to this. And for us, this touches particularly our core interest because it's a real threat when you live in Europe these days. And this is becoming realer. A second look at China, particularly different situation with a whole different emphasis. But for example, with the expansion of military bases in southern Chinese waters and creating facts when you come to regard of control waters in southern China. We see an attempt also of establishing Sinocentric elements in our global order. Our concern is there are some pieces, some subgroups of the institutions we know and we cherish to try to shift this order, and to be very, very frank about this, in our view, changing borders with violence can never be the choice. So, when you now think of the question, no way out, navigating global insecurity, what is our common interest in this way? Yesterday, actually, our moderator said that our both regions, when you talk about Europe and you talk about South America, I think you can also talk about Germany and Brazil, but you can also take other players. We have a deep commitment to democracy. And I think that's a great base to rely on and to start on. Therefore, I also want to mention that we are deeply concerned about Iran's membership now, because they fundamentally disagree and also disregard our safety in many, many areas when you look at the Suez Canal, when you look at instability in Syria. But nevertheless, I also like to speak about our common points. And another thing happened in the last 10, 15 years. It was mentioned in some sentences also in the other panels. I call it the race of technology. So we heard earlier today that this also has a great impact on our multilateralism as we know it. I think our former minister in Portugal mentioned this morning. And there are big chances and also dangers. I'm very sad that often the political discussion in regards to technology only emphasizes on the dangers, that it sure have. But I also want to mention the chances. And I think in the third panel that we heard earlier, we see what impact technology can have on wealth, on efficiency, but also on innovation. And on the other hand, it has a great impact on our societies. We speak a lot these days about cybersecurity. We speak a lot about disinformation, with good reasons. We speak a lot about AI, don't know if you followed the discussion in Europe with the AI Act that we were having in the last, I don't know, 2 or 3 years, or maybe also 8 or 9 years. And with all of this potential that these technologies and this discussion has, we have to talk about the fact that we have a hybrid warfare going on without proper codification. So, for example, in Germany, we had attacks on our parliament, we had attacks on parties, and it was not like a little attack where and the next day you go on like nothing happened. It was a really, really big attack going on, and we're still dealing with the consequences on the party level, for example. What we are doing now is we start to attribute these attacks. So we know where they come from, or we're starting to get to know where they come from. And nevertheless, these are phenomena that, for example, speaking of disinformation, happen in both our regions. Different emphases, but they're also used in a strategic way to undermine societies and therefore to undermine democracies. And they also show a certain fragility of infrastructure. And I'm also speaking of civil infrastructure in this regard. And this is a security issue. So what to do now? In this state of the world, strategic partnerships I often use in every speech on the Sunday morning, but I think strategic partnerships are the only way to go and are crucial to deal with this. I'm very happy also to embrace the already good connections between Europe and South America, particularly also with Brazil. And we need a new governance in this type of work, also regarding the tech point of security, but it has also to strengthen our societies. We cannot only think in legislative. We also have to think about what can society do, or what can we do to strengthen society to deal with this. So I'm very looking forward for the discussion having. I want to thank Cass and also all organizers for this opportunity, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and without further ado, português, vamos falar português. Vamos para.
Let's speak English. Let's go on to our next contribution. Muito obrigado. Boa tarde, muito obrigada pela oportunidade.
Here, I know we're the last panel, but I see the room is still fairly full, so congratulations to all who are still here with us. And not surprisingly, I'll probably pick up on a couple of the ideas or topics that Katarina has thrown out there. But first, I'll perhaps start, for the sake of the audience, a little bit about why am I even here? Because we talked a lot about multilateralism today. We were talking about different institutions, formal, informal, alliances, groupings. But within this ecosystem of different institutions that are part of our international system, we also have one organization which is called NATO. That's the one I work for, which was created in 1949 as a part of this mushrooming of international organizations after the Second World War. So coming out of the Second World War, particularly for Europe, the creation of NATO was of particular importance as an alliance of collective defense for Europe and North America. So just to be very clear that the name North Atlantic really means North Atlantic only. So even though we share the Atlantic Ocean with you down here, and I have to say your side is much warmer than the one up north, but when it comes to NATO as a regional organization, that's who we are and who we will remain. However, having said that, and following up on what Katarina said, what we are experiencing in the last, let's say, 15 to 20 years is a large number of security threats and challenges and risks that we as a political military alliance have to take very seriously into consideration. So when one talks about NATO, everyone immediately thinks, oh, that's the defense, that's the military, the hardcore military power, that's it. However, the more and more we are starting to realize and experiencing that hybrid threats, cyber attacks, terrorism, disinformation, economic coercion, over-resilience on critical infrastructure are also extremely important points when we talk about security. And for us as NATO to do our job, meaning collective defense of our member states, we also have to take into account all these different other security threats. And we were thinking yesterday when we were preparing for this panel, coming down here to Brazil, and you being very far away from Europe and what we are experiencing currently in Europe, I was thinking, what are the security challenges that could be of a common ground and common interest and intersection between NATO and the countries in Brazil or other parts of the world? And what I really enjoyed about the previous panel, and believe me, we did not coordinate, was what my colleague from South Africa said about climate security being a threat multiplier. Now, this is exactly the same expression we are using at NATO when we are describing why is NATO interested in issues related to climate change and security. Because we see it not only as a threat multiplier, but we also see it, for example, as a mitigation that we need to do ourselves. How do we protect our armed forces in extreme weather conditions? Are our military installations, our military capabilities, is our military personnel capable to operate in extreme weather conditions? And if not, what can we do about it? How can we support the advancement of technology? How can we support the advancement of new research and development that will help to sustain our military forces operational and capable of operating in extreme weather conditions? So that's just one of the examples that I thought I would use the opportunity to follow up on the panel. Another issue that is, I think, of great importance to all of us is what Katarina also mentioned, and that's about the advancement of technologies. And with that, particularly from our perspective, it's what we call emerging disruptive technologies. And these emerging disruptive technologies are technologies which have both military and civilian, so-called dual-use technologies. And they are going to have a huge impact on the future of how we protect ourselves, how we do deterrence, but also on our war strategies and war fighting capabilities. And unfortunately, the biggest and most recent examples of the last 2.5 years of Russia's war against Ukraine is providing a lot of fruitful studies for military planners and military strategies on how the future warfare would look like. Some of it is extremely scary because those who are doing military foresight and military planning thought that these sort of things we will see maybe in 10, 15 years. Well, we see them right now. So we have to catch up in order for our militaries to be prepared to be able to fight for the future wars and not the past wars, as the generals like to often say. And the last area that I would maybe mention in this introductory round is disinformation. And you might be also surprised that why is NATO worried about disinformation? Well, for us, we see disinformation as a part of broader strategy of foreign influence and interference. And this we consider together with our colleagues from the European Union as a national security threat. Because it's not just someone mischievously trying to distort information or to divert your attention, but it's really part of a bigger influence operations. We as NATO, as you can imagine, being there for 75 years, we have been subject to particularly Soviet propaganda for more than 50 years, so we know very well what that means. However, from the fall of the Berlin Wall until 2014, we pretty much forgot about it. It was really for those people who were super interested in history and propaganda studies of the past, that they really were digging into our archives and looking for case studies of the Soviet propaganda, but surprise, surprise, as of 2014, this has become a serious issue for NATO, and this is where we are taking some important actions. We are working with international organizations, including with G7, with the European Union, but also with a large number of independent media, fact-checkers, OSINTers, and others, because all of this, of course, represents for everybody a serious security and societal risk. Why I'm mentioning all of these issues in front of you today is because I believe that we need common approaches to these issues. We cannot face them singularly, even though we are 32 member states, so it's a relatively big grouping of countries, but nevertheless, we understand that there is a space and time to talk together with other countries in other regions, and that's where our partnerships comes in very handy. We have a partnership policy at NATO. Doesn't mean you are becoming a member of NATO, doesn't mean you have to be a formal partner of NATO. We do have some, even on this continent, like Colombia, for example. Argentina would like to join us as a partner, but of course we also have a large number of countries with whom we have very informal relationships, and they can come in for consultations, use our different centers of excellence. The military officers can visit NATO educational trainings, etc., etc. So the ways where we can talk together are many. And I think events like this, and thank you, Cas, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, and SEBRI for having me here. And I hope this will be a nice opening for a more broader dialogue. And next time I might bring more colleagues to explain a little bit more what we do in all these areas. So thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much. Hearing all this, I'm wondering, how can we preserve cooperation amidst so much misinformation, right? Amidst so much political tension? How can Europe, like, for example, work with Russia while they disagree on so much? But that's an overarching question. Let's listen to Professor Carmona. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would just like to thank the organizers for the invitation. Thank you to SEBRI, to CAS, and to the European Union delegation. It is an honor for me to be part of this panel. And going straight to the point, this panel tackles a very relevant theme. The title is exactly the issue of the escalating geopolitical tensions. This escalation is a fact, and I believe that this debate will clarify the fact that there is one taking place. Of course, first of all, this is the Brazilian perspective. I may sound differently from my European colleagues. And secondly, this perspective goes through the prism of geopolitics as a researcher and teacher that I am of the subject. Okay, so briefly summarize a few issues that come to mind. The first one being the more acute issue that demonstrates the deterioration of the international stage. We are currently seeing an imminent confrontation between powers that are potentially nuclearly armed, so to say. The war in Ukraine makes us extremely concerned. We are seeing a situation that can push countries to a limit and see a confrontation between nuclear powers. Of course, the Ukrainian issue, in addition to the degradation in the Middle East, we saw the tragedy in the Gaza Strip. Of course, it is ongoing. An expansion of the Middle Eastern conflict, which would be extremely serious internationally speaking. as well as the reaffirmed tensions in the other extreme of Eurasia, the South China Sea especially. The war in Europe, which started in 22, of course, it reveals a profound sensibility of great nations, of great powers, towards their own territorial integrity. It wouldn't be hard to make a parallel between the current Russian situation with the argument used by North Americans in the missile crisis. After all, every great power, in general, in their territory, they have a factor of extreme territorial sensitiveness. So, the existence of security conditions on the surroundings of this territory is inherent to all great powers. So, the continuous expansion of NATO eastward, my colleague here from NATO mentioned the geographical mandate of NATO. NATO was founded to be a North Atlantic organization, but it is expanding eastward, and it is becoming an organization with a worldwide mandate, and that touches upon the sensitiveness of nations. And of course, this recent expansion of NATO has been the basis of the arguments behind the Russian sensitiveness concerning their own territorial integrity. Those who look to history can identify some parallels that reveal that. The Napoleon invasions and even World War II. So, at this time, I would point to the escalation and the possibility of using long-distance missiles in this war. Certainly, here in the Global South, we've been calling for a peaceful resolution for the Russia-Ukraine war. More recently, Brazil and China designed a proposal with 6 points, which have been adopted largely in this Global South. It supports peace, but of course, in this case, peace would only be possible were you to accommodate the interest of both sides. And to use other words, if you observe the profound causes that originated this war, without which, of course, we would not be seeing it bear fruit. And of course, it is in interest of the Global South and of the world for these nations to find peace. Also, Brazil is not a part of that conflict. Our aspiration is exactly the end of that conflict. Now, a second thing that I would like to mention is that I believe that, structurally speaking, this international issue reveals the full vigor of the geopolitical stances that we see at the international stage. The Eurasian power coalitions, especially those allocated within BRICS and BRICS Plus, these are fact. The accumulation of tensions in the both extremes of Eurasia reminds us of authors like Spikeman, McKinley, George Truman, and many more. Making this geopolitical reading of the situation, we can observe more or less of a return to a state of nature of the international system in the context of hegemonic transformation. The dilution of power from the previous hegemonic powers, which resulted from the Cold War, makes it so in the intentions of these emerging poles bring their own interests forward. My point is, to Brazil, it is interesting for power to be diluted in order to favor our own national project. It would increase the leverage of developing countries. So I would not agree with the characterization of the current scenario as one of Cold War, for example. On the contrary, There are no ideological blocks that are fighting each other. This call that there's a conflict between autocracies and democracies, it is not correct. This is not how conflicts take place currently. They take place currently due to the affirmation of national projects by these emerging poles in the international system. We also need to better qualify this debate, which has come up often here, about international law. It is a fact that in a context of power dilution, international law is being checked by the nature of the global hegemonies. Lula talked about the crisis of multilateralism, and he very correctly observed the double standard that is used by certain countries, which make it so multilateralism is used for some issues and not so for others. If we were to provide Ukraine with the with reason, of course we would have to put that into context of the Iraqi invasion or the crisis in Libya in 2011. So I believe that there must be a more multilateral perspective on this wide array of international phenomena. So in my remaining minute, I just want to briefly mention that there is a third structural phenomenon at the world stage. It is the issue of the revolution of production powerhouses across the world. It generates long-term results for the humanity. By results, I mean consequences. Artificial intelligence is one, new technologies in general. But the fact is, we will witness and we will continue to witness the fruits of that production at the global level. We will see a lot of changes in power dynamics. That is what I had to say. Thank you.
Muitíssimo obrigado.
Thank you so much. The dream of every moderator has come true. Every speaker has stuck to their time. And we have made sure that we have ample time for questions. And we do have a lot of subjects to discuss. So first of all, I would like to ask whether there's any interest from you to make any comments on each other's presentations. Otherwise, I will continue with the questions. But I saw some facial expressions. Maybe there's one or other comment. And then we'll turn to the questions. Please.
They try to teach us to have this Teflon face, but clearly I have still not managed to have that. No, of course, we fully respect different viewpoints, and I fully understand when you are on the other side of the world, you might perceive things slightly differently, and I understand that. What I would just perhaps try to, as we say, put the record straight, perhaps, is on the so-called enlargement, because we consider NATO as an enlargement project, not an expansion project. I think that's the first crucial difference. And the difference there is not just in the words, but in the fact that we have countries on the European continent, so we're still within our geographic area, who voluntarily raise up their hand and say we want to join NATO. And this has been the case since we were created. So we have not forced any of our currently 32 member states to actually join. And I'm going to tell you a little secret. that in the 90s, my own country, Slovakia, I come from Slovakia, it's this tiny little country in the middle of Europe, not to be confused with Slovenia, please. And this little country of mine wanted to join NATO already in 1999, okay? And NATO said, no, you are not ready, you're not prepared, and we don't want you. So in fact, we had to go home with like a big nose, because all our members, neighbors, Hungary, Czech Republic, Czechia, and Poland managed to get the invitation, and we didn't because we were not ready and NATO didn't want us. So we had to work very hard on our reforms to be ready to join NATO. And this is a story of many other countries in the region. And the fact that Finland and Sweden have decided to join last year NATO after 74 years of saying no, nein, niente, no way, they decided to join. And why did they abandon a very strict either neutrality? In case of Sweden, I think it's like 300 years or something like that. In case of Finland, it's after the Second World War because of their historical issues with the Russian Federation. Very strictly non-aligned, not taking any sides. They decided to come to us 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks after 22nd February 2002. So I'm going to leave it at that. I think it's self-explanatory that we are there for those countries that wish to join us, if they wish to join us, and if they are ready to join us. And in order to do that, all the member states have to agree. So this is the principle on which we work. So thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a general comment, because we spoke about navigating global insecurity, and maybe we have to remind us why we're here today. And I think one of the reasons is also to get a mutual understanding on how different regions are thinking about conflicts, but also on actual political discussions. And we yesterday had a beautiful image that was seeing through each other's glasses. And so I only wanted to make the point that I think it's super important that we do this, and we have to know what are the thoughts of all of us to get to these strategic partnerships I was also speaking of earlier. So this was just a little comment I wanted to make, because I think the questions are very important. Thank you.
Muito bem, muito obrigado. Eu tenho muitas perguntas.
Thank you very much. I have quite a few questions, but I have the privilege of talking to the panel members. I had a privilege of talking to them in the whole afternoon, so I'll hold back from asking too many questions. Let's get 3 questions from the audience, starting with you, and then we'll throw the ball back to our panel members. Anybody here willing to ask a question? Please identify yourself. Tell us who you are and ask a brief question. No lectures, please. And you should tell us who you're directing your question to. Good afternoon. I'm Ana Beatriz. I'm a student in international affairs. I'd like to ask a question based on we have noticed that the current order has not dealt with all the conflicts, have been able to deal with all the questions, the war in Ukraine, the Israel-Palestine question, and everything that's going on artificial intelligence and all of these things. The international order hasn't been able to deal with them. And we feel that there's a need to reform the system. And we notice that there is a parallel, at least in my opinion, as how things evolved before the First World War, and how there were tensions among the powers, and they ended up erupting at a certain time. at a certain point in time, and we're walking towards that same juncture. I think geopolitical tensions are growing, and how do Europeans look upon that? And do you feel in Europe the need for do you see the need for a reform? From out here, we see that there is a growing tension among the powers, and how it affects the whole rest of the world. And we see that there's a struggle for power among so many blocks of power, and there's no room for maneuver, and no new actors cannot go into this power game. And how do you look upon this, especially NATO? How do you look upon this power struggle? I will now have two more questions before we pass the ball back to our panel. Good afternoon. My name is Gabriel Mata. I'm an intern at CAS. I work at Anvisa. I would like to direct my question to Professor Ronaldo. I'd like to hear from you, Professor. Professor Kenneth Waltz has a famous article in which he says that Iran should have a nuclear bomb to have a proper balance of power with Israel. And you mentioned nuclearity, which is pretty en vogue. Iran has developed technologies that have drawn people's attention, question spatial issues and drones and all that. How do you look upon this development in Iran? Do you think that Iran probably will actually come out in the open about its nuclear capabilities? But what's the balance of power today in the Middle East as for nuclear weapons, in your opinion? And one more question from this person right here. Good afternoon. Again, João Pedro, a student of international affairs at the Catholic University of Rio de Janeiro. My question goes to Barbara. She works at NATO from the beginning. Now, going back to the Ukraine war, there were two situations involving Russia and Belarus and NATO members, Poland and then Finland. In the scope of a hybrid war, both countries used refugees to pressure Polish borders. In this sense, it won't be the first or the last incident while this war is evolving. How is NATO preparing itself preparing for these hybrid wars involving refugees, people leaving their homes against their will for many reasons? How are you preparing yourselves at NATO to deal with this situation? One fourth and last question before we pass the ball back to our panel members. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Congratulations on your brilliant lectures. I'm Dr. Jessica Dramano from the Getúlio Vargas Foundation and the Naval War Academy. My question is for Dr. Carmona, who I always love listening to. I love his lectures. You began your remarks dealing with the possibility, talking about the possibility of a nuclear war, especially within a context involving the main energy producers in the world. So, highlighting the Brazilian case, we import roughly 30% of the diesel that we consume. Our main commercial partner for this product is Russia, who took up the role of the United States in the recent past and as an exporter of fuels to Brazil. How do you envision the possibility of hardening, intensifying the conflict in Ukraine, and the possibility of it evolving into a nuclear war, and the role of Brazil, and the question related to trade embargoes and similar initiatives by the West against Russia? Now, these are simple questions, I think. Let's start off with Katrina dos Santos Vence, and then we'll move on to further comments. Well, I didn't see if you're the last speaker. If were you referring to diesel or fertilizers as Russian exports to Brazil? Diesel. Okay. And questions were directed specifically to, I was going to give the microphone to Dr. Carmona.
I always say, the most scary questions don't come from journalists or parliamentarians, but actually from students. So, well done. I think on the issue of the so-called broken system, I mean, again, I represent a certain organization which is, let's say, part of the broader system. I cannot really speak on behalf of for the United Nations as such, but I think overall we would all agree, including NATO itself, which is also founded, by the way, on a UN Charter, that we clearly need something which is workable, even for ourselves, even for NATO. Because we, believe it or not, but whenever NATO has a military operation, we always strive to get a UN Security Council mandate. We might not always be successful, and I admit that in one case we were not in 1999 with Kosovo, but for the rest of our military operations, we always did have a UN Security Council resolution and mandate. So this is very important for us as well. Again, from our perspective, we try, at least through the partnerships that we are trying to create, is to have some sort of a platform where we can come together and discuss even issues on which we disagree. But I think it's very important that we brief each other. We bring, for example, representatives from Japan or South Korea to brief us at NATO about DPRK, about cyber activities, about other things. So I think this is very important, at least to have, whether on a formal or informal level, some sort of exchanges, and they might lead to at least some policies where we can jointly agree on. So I don't necessarily have a answer to your question, particularly as I represent NATO, not the UN, but for us as an organization, it's also important to have a functioning UN system. And as to the issue about the different forms of hybrid threats, and you are very well informed, and you exactly mentioned what those hybrid threats could look like, and using refugees as a tactic of coercion, I have to say, was quite a new law, I believe, on behalf of Russian Federation. At the moment, or at that particular moment, the countries which were impacted by this push, namely Poland and I think at some point it was Lithuania, was it? Were dealing with it bilaterally. They asked for help from within the European Union because the border protection of the whole EU Schengen area is EU's responsibility, and our EU colleagues have a specific agency for that. But from NATO's perspective, of course, we were briefed on this situation, and we do have a provision which says that a hybrid attack could be considered as a trigger for our Article 5, which is an article for collective defense. So in principle, we have this provision, but of course, we are extremely careful about any situation because we want to de-escalate and not the other way around. But yes, this was a very serious example of what a hybrid threat could look like.
Well, I've identified 3 questions directed to me. I would like to briefly try and answer them from the end to the beginning. The question on nuclear war and the threat of nuclear war, I think that as the stalemate in the Ukraine war, and it's quite clear, there's no trend for a military victory on either side, obviously, where there might be an escalation of the conflict towards a military solution. And given the situation that we're noticing, there's no diplomatic way out. The fact is that currently the authorization on the part of North Atlantic countries to use long-range missiles by Kiev, by the Ukrainian government, which will not take place without the approval and the support of NATO systems. You need support, satellite support, to guide these ballistic missiles and these cruise missiles, for example. You increasingly have seen the direct involvement of NATO when it comes to the war. Therefore, this week we've seen the update of the military doctrine of the Russian Federation, considering the possibility of being attacked with these Western weapons, North Atlantic weapons. So increasingly, and that's the reality that we're facing, you will remember that at the beginning of the war, there were, I'd say, a certain dissimulation when it comes to the part of participation of the North Atlantic countries in the war. But today it's extremely explicit, so that the war has turned into a war between Russia and NATO, so that a confrontation among nuclear weapons obviously depends on the rationality of the governors and of the presidents and leaders, so on the governments of these countries. So we won't get to an extreme situation in which the very survival of mankind and security of mankind will be at stake. I'm quite pessimistic, and I'm very concerned about the escalation of the war which we're witnessing today. As for the question when it comes to vulnerabilities that we're facing, Brazil mentioned the question of diesel. Brazil imports diesel from Russia. Brazil does not agree with sanctions as a tool to solve conflicts. On the contrary, we keep on upholding fluid international trade with all the countries in the world, including Russia. In the case of diesel, obviously, the imports of diesel by Brazil is a vulnerability because of our own refining structure. Recently, Petrobras announced new investments in refineries exactly in order to overcome that bottleneck. It's one of the vulnerabilities that Brazil must face when it comes to the diesel question. As for Gabriel's question on an arms race, obviously, we've been going through a transition of the international system, and we've had an arms race, and it's a struggle for power. I would couple that question with Beatrix's question that came before it. Yes, there are new emerging poles of power. It so happens that today we're going through a conflict and which has been conventionally called, and there's a consensus in the literature that there's a transition in the international order. No one will call that into question. But what does it consist of? This transition, first of all, involves the attempt by status quo powers and the powers that won the Cold War to relaunch their hegemonic power. There is a clear loss of power on the part of the North Atlantic countries vis-a-vis the emergence of a new set of power hubs in the world. The question of relaunching the hegemonic powers of countries is on the agenda. So it's how hierarchy of power works in the international system. The international system works exactly due to the accumulation of power on the part of certain nations. As there are setbacks in this accumulation of power, there will be movements to try to reach a recomposition. For example, the attempt on a global scale to reindustrialize many countries. The European Union today, and the United States and China and Russia invest hundreds of billions of dollars in reindustrialization efforts. What does that mean? What is it all about? It's an attempt to recover national power exceedance that will allow them to face this transition that is out there on a global scale. Therefore, I would like to conclude to finish answering your question. In reality, this parallel that you drew with the First World War is not absolutely absurd, because let's say that the crisis of multilateralism at the current age is profoundly linked to this movement of recomposition of hegemonic powers. As a rule, multilateralism works in an ideal way in a system and under equilibrium, which is not the case of the current situation that we're witnessing. I'd say, Professor Stunkel, that the recomposition of multilateralism per se is part of the dispute over the new powers that will hold hegemonic powers in the international system in the midst of this power transition that we have seen in the world. So these are backdrop issues and questions, overarching questions that have a lot to do with the geopolitical tensions that we're witnessing today in the international order. Thank you so much. Now, I imagine that a lot of you have the same impression I do. There is a concern, an apprehension, significant concern over the current scenario, but I would like to recall that we're living in the 1990s, we had a period of optimism. In hindsight, perhaps it was a bit excessive. I think that there is hope that our current pessimism, will end up being excessive in hindsight a few years down the road. We don't know yet. But before opening to a new round of questions, I think we still have time, and I'd like to say that technological transformations that produced an unheard of situation in which opportunities and solutions are very close to threats and risks. Just to give you two examples, thanks to artificial intelligence, my productivity as a researcher has grown by leaps and bounds. I'm able to organize information a lot more easily in a way that I was not able to do beforehand, with the processing of huge amounts of data. At the same time, though, last week, a researcher that works with me sent me an analysis. He said, look, see how interesting the information is? We found out that the algorithm had gone crazy. It was fake information. So the algorithm invents things. It makes things up. So to you students out there, careful about artificial intelligence. And when artificial intelligence doesn't know something, they won't tell you they don't know. They'll just make things up. And that's a threat to each and every researcher out there, each and every student out there. Likewise, last week I was in Washington, D.C. I talked to the director of technology of the National Security Council, and he told me, there are great experts that believe that in 3 or 4 years, the algorithm will be able to rapidly find vaccines for all kinds of diseases that will be developed by algorithms. But he said, look, there is also a concern that the algorithm may invent pandemics at will very easily, and that could be a threat to mankind. So we're faced with a scenario fraught with uncertainties, as Katrina has mentioned.
We cannot neglect the great opportunities that technological advancement is bringing about, both positively speaking in research, as well as not as positively, as we're seeing in essentially drone-based war in Russia. Well, let's open for a new round of questions beginning over here. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cesar. I'm a researcher at the Group for International Relations in the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. So, my question concerning NATO and Europe. What is NATO's perspective in terms of the rehabilitation of neo-fascist movement and neo-Nazi movements in Europe today? And even to the point of running for office, as well as some cultural manifestations like in Lithuania. Former combatants and sympathizers of these issues, of these movements, rather. Why doesn't NATO crack down on some military activities that are taking place in the Gaza Strip, for example, like the use of specific weapons, the bombardment of hospitals, schools, or even the outright massacre of refugees? Why isn't it cracking down on that as it is in Ukraine? Thank you. Another question? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the lectures. I am an international relations student from the State University of Rio de Janeiro. My question concerns arms technology and how its improvement is able to make it so new wars and new tensions come up. As today it is much easier, for example, to attack a location tactically by using drones, for example. So how far is it useful to use technology in that sense, and how easier can it make conflicts happen in the current scenario? That's my question. I would have to follow the commandment of our former Minister of Defense. He said now we need to listen to a female voice. Okay. My name is Mariana. I am a doctorate student from the Military Service Academy. My question is for Ms. Katarina and Barbara. Recently, Europe has been facing some challenges in terms of maintaining democracy, especially with the entry of countries that have posed some issues like Bulgaria, Poland, Hungary. And I would like, what is the perspective of NATO and the EU in terms of helping these member states to overcome these challenges towards democracy, as well as the perspective of these two over the rising far right? Right. I would try in Portuguese, forgive me. If at any point I have some difficulties, I'll just switch back to English. Okay, so I'll just combine the three questions, so to say, but in terms of the far right rising and the fight for democracy in Germany, for example, there's an ongoing discussion because in the last few years, especially since 2017, there's a far right party in Germany that has been on the rise in its federal parliament. Traditionally, there had been an anti-Europe movement. It was a party about anti-establishment people. It changed a lot over time. It is not too diplomatic to say, but it is very much profit-based. It does not believe in the idea of Europe. It doesn't believe in the euro. It doesn't believe in a diverse society. It does not believe in values that we've had for a long time. It does not believe in the history of the country, of Germany. This is something you certainly don't have to hear from me. And now, the ongoing discussion is, well, it is quite odd because their voters are rising. We've just had elections in Eastern Germany. Maybe you've kept up with history, but we've seen some really tense few days. And they gained a lot of votes. It's a very complicated situation. There's almost no possible coalition without them in the fold. In some parts of Germany, it is simply impossible for you to get elected without aligning with them. So, we still live in a democracy, so people have the right to vote. They have the liberty to vote for whichever party you may wish. And on the other hand, there's what these parties stand for, their values or the lack thereof, what they want to implement for our society, for our systems, for our quality of life. It is very much against what we have been fighting for decades. It is a very strange situation. The discussion is, how much can you argue with people from these parties? Is it possible to align with them? I don't know any party in Germany that is saying that they are going to. So it is quite a hard state of things. There's a phenomenon that other parties, the parties have been having a lot of difficulties with that scenario. And all of that does not help with our current challenges. So infrastructure, technology, innovation, the economy, and whatnot. So I can't answer the question of how to deal with that because we have not found the answer. What we can do is focus on political education. There's a lot of people who vote in Germany not because it's the best party for Germany, but they just say, oh, the other ones are not good enough. There's a low degree of trust in the other parties that have been established for a very long time. Each one of them has their own history. To gain the constituents' trust, or to regain it rather, trust not just in the parties, but trust in the state, trust in the values, that will be the biggest task ahead. If any one of you has a solution, please come and tell me. But that's more or less my attempt to explain the current state of things. It is a truly complex situation. There are many other things that I didn't mention. It's a whole can of worms. Also, I think Mariana asked the case of Bulgaria, which has a very similar issue, that they are in power. In Europe, the mechanism to tackle this is also an issue permeated by resources, by investment flows. But it continues to be a discussion, and for sure you can all contribute to that. Thank you. Thank you. Our last two responses.
If I don't get all of your questions, very briefly on NATO and Gaza. Here, the situation for us is in a way complicated by the sense that we can only act and react when our member states, so all the 32 member states, wish so, or there is a demand. And there is no demand towards NATO, and our member states don't have that wish either. So NATO as an organization is not itself involved in peace negotiations or any other issues around that part of the world. Although obviously the individual member states are either in a bilateral diplomacy or through the European Union, and this applies for any other situation outside of our borders. So a country has to ask for NATO to do something, or member states have to agree for NATO to go and do something. So these are two important factors, and right now we don't have either or. So just it's how it works by our mandate. And on the technologies, absolutely a very, very valid and important point. And that's why we really need to get our act together in terms of some form of regulation or discussion on an international level on the responsible use of AI, responsible use of these EDTs, as we call them, emerging disruptive technologies, because exactly we cannot have a situation that anybody and everybody can just create a drone at home, stuff it with explosives and send it over the border. So these are serious questions and implications of the use of future technologies in a modern conflict. But I'll let the professor maybe develop more on this.
Eu muito rapidamente aqui vou fazer comentário.
I will very briefly comment on the new technologies. I do believe that the Ukraine war, or the Russia-Ukraine war, has revealed a lot of aspects of classic war which permeates these types of conflicts. So the use of armored vehicles, trench-based war, or other movements which are not exactly new. And we've also seen some very relevant technological innovations. We saw hypersonic weapons being employed, which is a very serious disruption in strategic terms. You mentioned the use of drones, remote submarines, and so on. There has been an effort to study this war and see what is new and what is the continuation of past experiences. We have been making this effort. This is a sort of cheap advertisement for my group. We have a book that's available to download in our webpage that has this exact attempt to create a diagnosis of these technologies. Now we're talking about hybrid wars. This is an issue that's absolutely pending deeper analysis. Informational wars is another thing that's very much connected to hybrid wars. So the study of war, this subject, which gave rise to the school where I work, it is crucial vis-a-vis the development of technology in the 21st century. And I agree with those who asked. We are living through a systemic struggle between great powers, and we're seeing a completely new type of arms race with many dimensions. One of these being the remilitarization of space, which is another element. The use of space for strategic ends. Anyway, those are all pending study, and I recommend to those who are interested in it to really hone down on these issues.
Eu gostaria de agradecer.
I would just like to thank our organizers, to CAS, to SEBRI, to the European Union delegation. It has been an honor to be a part of this panel. Thank you to all of you. In such times of information silos, it is crucial for us to bridge gaps and cross borders and to be in person in this type of event. Thank you to our speakers, Caterina, Barbara, and Ronaldo. It was a pleasure to share the stage with you. This closes our panel. Thank you so much.
Bom, muito obrigado a todos pelas contribuições.
Thank you so much for your remarks. With the closing of this panel, we have reached the end of the 21st Forte International Security Conference. Once again, please support us by filling out the survey. You can access it through the QR code and in your kits. It will help us to shape the next conferences going forward. So please do that. This year, we have celebrated our 21st edition and a gradual evolution that has taken it from a closed conference to one of the largest conferences in Latin America. So now we have a closing remarks, the final moment of the 21st Forte International Security Conference. It was a privilege to share the stage with you, to see all of the discussions, the sharing of ideas, and the building of solutions for challenges that we face today. In the name of the organizers, the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, the Brazilian Center for International Relations, and the European Union Delegation of Brazil would like to express its deepest thanks. All of your presences has enriched our conference this year. In that scenario that is increasingly complex, characterized by simultaneous challenges, Brazil is at the center of the world, also due to the G20, which will take place in November. With that in mind, we would also like to thank the Institute of Development and Management for its support and for hosting us here in the Museum of Tomorrow and for the G20 committee. Throughout these panels, it has become very clear that international cooperation is the key in order to face the complex challenges of today's world. This conference has become an indispensable space for cooperation. Hopefully, the discussions and proposals will continue to reverberate across the next few months, impacting decisions across the world. Thank you to each and every one of you for engaging actively through your questions and sharing your perspectives. It is your engagement that makes the Forte conference as rich as it is. And lastly, a special word of thanks to the Forte team. Such a huge event cannot get off the ground without everyone's support. Thank you so much to the organizers. With that, we wrap up another edition of this amazing event. For sure, together we'll move towards a safer future. Have an excellent afternoon. We will see you in the next one. Thank you so much.